good morning. Welcome back to ACity for day 2 of our second annual Fintech conference. I saw you yesterday. The other faces, I think, are new. You're smiling. Did I see you yesterday? Were you here? Who was here yesterday? Oh, yes, I did see you yesterday. And you don't count at the back. Right, so we have some new attendees, new, old. Who was here last year? Anyone who attended the first event? No? Someone okay. So yes, welcome, good morning again. Those of you joining us online, welcome as well again. This is day 2 of the second annual Fintech conference organized by the Business School here at ACity University. Our theme has been on empowering Africa's digital economy, innovative regulation and policy for sustainable Fintech and e-commerce growth. We had some really insightful keynotes yesterday with representatives from Bank of Ghana, Telecel, who are one of our sponsors, Ghana Commercial Bank, also one of our sponsors, and Glyco Health, also one of our sponsors. And again, acknowledging our media partners, Multimedia Group, Joy FM, and Joy News. Okay. Again, yesterday, we had some insights, mainly from regulators. We had a Women in Fintech panel discussion. We heard from our banking leaders, and of course, some thought-provoking contributions from our entrepreneurs in the room. And we'll hear from them again later this afternoon. This morning's program has shifted around slightly because our keynote speaker is running late. She is on her way. So we are going to move on to our first panel discussion. To moderate that session, we have Charles Fifi Hagan. Is he in the house? Charles is here. Okay. So the panel theme is on digital infrastructure and connectivity. It was one of the most popular themes that was discussed yesterday. And the topic will be looking at strengthening digital infrastructure for digital ecosystems within Fintech and tech itself. So, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I will hand over to our moderator for panel 1. He's speaking. Okay, Charles Hagan. Round of applause, please, for Charles.
All right, good morning. I believe you're all fine. Thank you very much. And so we're supposed to have a keynote before that, but that coding happened, and so I'm 10 minutes earlier than I should be here. And so I've been a little thrown off, but we'll recover and bounce back. Are we fine? Thank you very much. So on the panel this morning is a group of individuals that are quite knowledgeable and have done so well in the infrastructure space. And so we would want to have some discussions with them. We're going to do a hybrid system this morning. Some are in-house, and then some will be via Zoom. And so I would love that you pay rapt attention, especially to those who will be joining us virtually. I realized that yesterday during the virtual conversation, some of you were caught off guard. And so be very attentive to the information that will be shared here, because it's very salient to the discussions. We're joined this morning, very privileged to be joined this morning by the Deputy CEO of the National Identification Authority. And so all our Ghana card issues today will be solved if you have any Ghana card issue today, he's here. Catch him and punch him with it. So let's have Mr. Fred Vedra joining us here. Oh, please put your hands together for... Okay. And then we'll also have cybersecurity and the protection of our digital infrastructure. And so we'll have Mr. Godfred Oti Buedi, the lead SOC analyst for Prudential Bank Limited, join us this morning. Please let's have... Oh, no, please keep doing it for him. We'll have the country manager for Equinix, Mr. Emmanuel Kwating. Please let's have Mr. Emmanuel. Oh, please appreciate him. Appreciate him. Appreciate him. Also, volunteers, please help us. We still need one more chair up here. Stephen is trying to dodge me, but I told him whatever happens, he will be on this panel. And so, Stephen is into engineering and tech talent development. Do we have to shift a little? We'll have to shift a little. That's fine. That's fine. Are we good? All right, thank you, sir. And so let's have Mr. Stephen Nyande join us. Please let's appreciate Mr. Nyande. And so this session is focused on digital infrastructure. We'll have our panel online, Dr. Melissa and Barbara. Barbara was here yesterday, and she did justice to the gender issues, and then Dr. Melissa as well. And so they'll be joining us virtually. So if they are available, or as we go along and they join, we'll engage them. And so...
Charles, we are here.
Okay.
Yes, so good morning to the panelists and to the audience.
All right. Is that Barbara's voice?
Oh, this is Melissa.
Melissa, okay. Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Barbara is here too.
Barbara is here too, and so we have the full house ready to go. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's start with Emmanuel. Let's start with Emmanuel. So your company operates in the infrastructure space in Africa. I remember we met, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, at the Kofi Annan ACity Center for Excellence in the 30 years of the internet in Ghana. And you were sharing some deep things on the internet and infrastructure. African continental free trade and infrastructure. How should we position ourselves to meet what is demanded of us in Africa?
Thank you. And nice to meet all the other panelists. Yeah, so of course, for after we are looking at how we can trade among ourselves within Africa, how we can ensure that we can have seamless, connectivity, seamless, billing and things like that among ourselves within the continent. So for us, from the standpoint of the digital infrastructure and connectivity, what I think to come to mind immediately would be what kind of platforms, what kind of infrastructure have we built in Africa that can enhance this thing we say after, right? Because for after to be able to work, what it means is that I sit in Accra and somebody sits in Nairobi, and we should be able to do business, right? And the idea is not to do business and go outside of, to Europe and come back. So we have what we call interconnected ecosystem, right? When we say interconnected ecosystem, it comes with a couple of things. One of them will be the cables that we have already connecting between each country. So we are lucky to have some of the cables already in place. We have submarine cables on the east side, and then on the west side of Africa, going all the way to Cape Town. We have some already also in Egypt, and also connecting in the north side, also connecting. So that part comes to the shore. Now, at the shore, we need to still be able to hit the landlocked countries. We need to be able to hit the other towns and cities. And so we have terrestrial connectivity, which we have some already in major cities in Accra, Abidjan, Nairobi, and things like that. So we have that already. But then that has to be linked to what we call the ecosystem proper. So the digital infrastructure ecosystem normally will sit in a place what we call a data center, right? So if you go outside, we have data centers scattered around in most cities. When it comes in Africa as well, we have some here. We have started with a build of data centers in Accra, in Lagos, in Nairobi, in Abidjan, in South Africa. We have that. And the data centers basically are a facility that helps us to store this compute, right? So people put their compute there. At the same time, they also are able to have cloud infrastructure. So currently, as we know it, most people like to connect to cloud. I mean, AWS, Amazon, and then let's say Azure. What we've done is that through this infrastructure that we have in West Africa and also in Africa, we are attracting these cloud players to also come and host locally, right? Then what that means is that we can have what we call hybrid multi-cloud infrastructure, where you can then host your infrastructure, still be able to do cross-connects to this one. So this is the major one that we see. But in building this infrastructure, we also, in linking it to after, we also need to be sure that it is scalable. It's not just about having infrastructure in place. We need to be able to scale it, to be able to connect to itself and also connect to other data centers. So as we currently speak, most data centers, like for instance, the Airconnects, which I manage in Ghana here, have interconnections to other data centers all across the world, right? And also in Africa, we have in data centers in major cities in Africa already existing. And now we build the ecosystem. The ecosystem basically is made up of so the network service providers, they are there. The financial services providers, they are there. The banks and co. The oil and gas, the regulatory, that comes together to become an ecosystem. And then when at one place, you can then connect the one here in Accra to the one also in Lagos, or the one in Abidjan or elsewhere. So that's why we see that together we can help build and also fast track this agenda on NAFTA, especially at the digital front. Of course, the last point I would like to make here will be resilience, right? So we can put all this interconnection in place and make sure it's scalable, but we need to still ensure that it's resilient. Resilient basically means we have to ensure that it's, because we sign SLAs with customers, we have to ensure that it's up and running at all times, right? So typically what is required in our region or elsewhere in the world will be a minimum of a tier 3, which is about 99.982 uptime. But most data centers really are running about 5 nines, right? Because they've built it for over the period, and they have got the expertise, and they are able to put in. So I think I'll rest here, but basically that is the 3 points that I feel are critical and that are already existing, but we can work on it and improve upon it as we attract more data centers also into the continent.
That's rich knowledge. Would build on that. Let me go to Dr. Melissa. Okay, you are a researcher. So how do you see digital infrastructure shaping Africa's capacity for regional trade? And then the financial inclusion. Let's look at the next decade. And so we are looking at the next 10 years from your perspective.
Thank you very much, Charles. I think the first speaker, the first panelist, has laid a fantastic foundation for us to sort of build on our conversation. And so I would like to carry on from where he stopped, but then divert a bit more to the softer side. And for me, I think whilst infrastructure is very important, there are many empirical evidence in many countries where a strong government involvement is also very important. Because it's not cheap to establish these data centers that we spoke about. It's not cheap to sort of have the masts and then to extend telecommunication infrastructure in the way we see. So government stepping in, I believe, is one way of extending infrastructure in a more affordable way. And building on that is the fact that countries like Ghana, where you have GIPS, Nigeria, where you have NIPS, India, where the government has been a strategic player in setting up the UPI, digital public infrastructure is becoming like the norm. And we're beginning to see real benefits in governments investing themselves in providing the infrastructure. So if you take the case of Ghana and Nigeria, these state-owned platforms are designed in a way that they can provide interoperability at a cheaper price. So if government is putting in $2 million, $3 million into infrastructure, with taxpayers' money, they are not under as much pressure as private sector will be to get commercial value from that investment. And so in the next decade, I think that is the direction we should see most African states going, where the government begins to make some sacrifice in this. I think private sector has done a fantastic job demonstrating that financial inclusion can be achieved leveraging digital financial services, but it's really expensive. By the time you're done buying the infrastructure and trying to milk it, it's time to upgrade, it's time to replace, and in 5-6 years, you're back to the cycle of replacing that infrastructure. And so I think that in the next decade, if we want to see real progress, there's a need for the state to step in. And that said, I don't think that there's a need for us to see a lot more regional collaborations. So it should be possible for me in Ghana to send money seamlessly to Nigeria because we have GIPS and NIPS. And so those two public digital public infrastructure should be able to speak to themselves. And so there should be the enabling legal framework to support that kind of collaboration. It's not the technology, it's not the expertise that is lacking. When it comes to scaling beyond individual countries, it is a strategic move. It's the legal requirements that I think is lacking to enable us more of the kind of infrastructure that we have. So for me, going forward, I think we need to see strong government involvement beyond policies. We have a lot of policies across the continent, and they are all fantastic on paper, but we need to see the real hard cash coming into play here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. We'll come back to that. On the back of what Doc has said, Stephen, let me come to you. You have a background in designing and then engineering. Okay, so what kind of critical infrastructure, okay, should be our priority in Africa so that we can have a strong backbone for fintech, e-commerce, cross-border trade? So then we're looking at the critical engineering priorities for Africa.
Okay, so I think Emmanuel in his first submission has mentioned a lot of very important things that we need to take key note of. The first thing he mentioned are the fiber cables that have already been laid for the western and the east side of the continent. Now, we need a lot more investment in those options as well. The second one would be the exchange points. He also mentioned that once fiber comes to the shores, how do we translate that into landlocked countries? How do we get communication going? There's the role that data centers are playing, but also on the edge of it too is, even for the banks here, how are they storing their data? How are they communicating with other banks? How are they exchanging data? And so that's where the regional level IXPs are also coming in. So a lot more investment into Africa communicating with Africa. He mentioned another thing that's critical, that once you are requesting information, it's traveling, some travel time. And so most of the time we are very interested in cloud infrastructure, but where are these cloud servers being hosted? Most of the time we are doing Europe, Germany, or the United States. The turnaround time, your even cost for renting even that cycle is really eating up the resources that we have, or the resources that we should. And so having regional IXPs, I would say, is definitely something that we need to invest in. Now, Dr. Melissa also mentioned something interesting, that there's been a lot of funding. If you check in the last 2024, funding into infrastructure in Africa was up to 8 billion. But out of the 8 billion, over 50% of that went into broadband, and then the last mile. So essentially fiber, 4G across the continent. Less than 20% went into building data centers. And these are some of the core infrastructure we need if we want to get serious. Now we are looking at not just fintech, but other technologies. We want to be engaged in other technologies. But if we don't have the infrastructure to support the level 0 of building any of these technologies, then before we even get into the race of AI or whatever it is, we are already miles behind. So I would say investing in that infrastructure that Emmanuel has already talked about, regional points, even the locals, how many data centers are in Ghana that are not, he mentioned, that are even operating at tier 3. There are not that many across the whole of Africa. So that reality of not having the infrastructure available to support the things that we want to do, it's a huge limiting factor. And we want to see more of the funds also get into building some of these infrastructure. Yeah.
Okay, infrastructure. But then as we begin to expand, we open ourselves also for threats. So we are coming to security. And if you've been here since yesterday, I've been hammering on security, security, security. Let's go to Godfrey and let's find out what new cyber risks could come up as we expand this infrastructure and this digital ecosystem.
Sure. I'd say I know everybody here knows about viruses. And everybody knows that somebody can hack your account. But have we asked ourselves that the current generation of script kiddies that are coming up are not writing the code themselves. They are just picking the ones that are working, putting it together and trying to achieve something. Those who that go higher or that are making it worse now are the ones that are using AI to be their advisors on how to hack. So they are asking AI to help them hack your phones. They are asking AI to deliver payloads to your phones. In phishing examples, we always say, look out for the English, the syntax. It is usually wrong. If AI writes a sentence for you now, how can it be wrong? And so it is very difficult now to even detect what should be detected. Now you can have the best WAF, wireless access firewall. You can have the best antivirus on your systems. But if I should send you a payload in a mail and you click it, everything comes to nothing. So it is very dangerous for us now in securing systems as we're speaking now. A problem we have also now is with us. We are all literate. We all have knowledge in cybersecurity issues. But you'll be shocked at the way people are being gullible enough for their accounts to be emptied. I'm not talking about they just taking 2 CDs, 3 CDs. I'm talking about emptying of accounts right here in this country. Because people are getting to know that it is possible to do these things. So instead of, if the person hacks my dear lady's account, takes the money, will not transfer to another account in another bank where he or she knows who can be traced, but sends it to a mobile money account. And then we take it at the vendor's place. You go to...
So we all want to do digital first, but identity anchored transformation in financial inclusion. So let's come back to our daily transactions we do. When you are looking at financial inclusion, you are looking at people, especially the youth, small-scale people, rural communities being included in the financial space. So if I am in Salaga, I should have access to markets for somebody who is in Accra and wants to buy yam in Salaga. If we are talking about digital transformation, it means that I should be able to find the person in Salaga selling yam. I should be able to send money, trust and send money to Salaga knowing that my money is safe. And then that person in Salaga selling yam should be able to have access to credit without necessarily walking to the bank. And in all this, human beings are not interacting physically. So the only thing that stands in that middle is identity. So identity anchors everything. And by identity, I mentioned AI, emergence of AI. We are no longer talking about your picture. We are no longer talking about your video, because AI definitely can create videos that never exist. AI can change pictures and all, but we are talking about biometric. Biometric. Your biometrics cannot change. They belong to you. Biometric verification and authentication is the basis of trust. Identity is the base. If you want to manage identity, then that identity can no longer be just biographic. You cannot look at somebody's ID card and say, this is the person in this present day of AI. So what we are proposing, and where NIA becomes central, is that in every transaction, you should be able to tell specifically that the one performing that transaction is the person he truly is. And that is only possible if we use your biometrics, because your biometrics are unique to only you. By biometrics, I'm talking about your fingerprints. Fingerprints are specifically unique to only you. Your iris are specific to only you. And so, if I want to send money to somebody in Salaga, at the point of sending the money, the Salaga person should be able to verify biometrically that I am sending the money. I should be able to verify, authenticate that this is the person receiving the money. And that is what we are talking about. I'm sure with time, you get to understand the importance of this biometric verification in the ecosystem of financial inclusion, trade, and finance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. You've set the ball rolling for the next round of questions. Interoperability, the connections, the interactions between it. Stephen, let's talk on from the engineering perspective. Okay, what frameworks or standards are needed to ensure seamless data exchange, payment integration, data trade, connectivity across Africa? So we're looking at standards.
So there are quite a number of frameworks available globally that we can sort of draw on. First, I'll talk about the challenge, and then now we'll look at what we should be focusing on. The challenge is that Africa, all our states, or all our countries are sovereign, and so they can decide what they want to do at any point in time, and you can't do anything about it, right? And so if people are usually designing something, they look at the laws of the country and then they go beyond that. Now, if you just oppose that to, say, the United States, all states feed into the federal system, and so they have that advantage of some overarching policies. Now, the ISO certifications that guide some things that we do, and one of them is the very basic of all communications that we do, APIs, right? In my time of dealing with companies in Ghana, especially in writing the requirements for some of our tools that we used. And one of the companies I worked with was helping build rails for banks and things. Now, when you get into every bank, their software is from a different place, their core banking is from a different place, so they require a different set of things. And so we were mainly moving into building middleware to be able to sort of translate the communications between these two. And so I would say basically our building of APIs should be standardized. This does gives room for developers. You don't have to be thinking about the next thing that I'm going to build. Okay, who can consume this, who cannot consume this? Because if there's a common place to originate from, then we can all say, hey, we are using this structure for building this thing that we are going to go ahead and do. Now, beyond API conversations, and the conversations around APIs, if we started that today, I'm not sure we are going to leave here, because we have Prudential Bank here, and I've worked with Prudential Bank too before, so right. Beyond APIs that we are talking with is the next level, the rails that these people are even communicating on. We have GIPS on the call as well. What's the standard comparison between GIPS and then NIPS in Nigeria? Are we ensuring that we, as Africa, are work we want to be using, and two, which structure of API conversations we are going to have? If we start having these conversations internally, and this is something I've started with most of the startups that I work with, trying to adopt something that works for all of us. If it doesn't work for all of us, let's all contribute to some open standard that we would all work towards, we would all work in, and then everybody can connect to it. The next bit is open banking. I know that in Nigeria, I think Okra did a lot of work in education, in trying to get people to adopt open banking. In Ghana, it's been the dream for most fintechs. When I was working in fintech, I know that every day we wake up to it and then we are saying that open banking is coming. But how many years has it been? We don't have anything adopted. So open banking is another of those that we need to adopt when we want to have financial systems that are talking to each other. Maybe when we get on into this conversation, we would see the other layer to this. When most Ghanaians are, again, I'm using Ghana because this is where I advise most companies in. When most Ghanaians are thinking about any product that they are building, they start with, okay, I'm designing this thing for Ghana. And then when they need to get into another country, it's an afterthought. So how do we start? I like that this conversation is on Africa, so we are thinking of Africa-wide. How do we ensure that people who are designing anything think of Africa first, but then they would come back to our infrastructure that I mentioned? So the standard, I would say, ISO standards, we need to sit down and say that, hey, which of these are we doing? Is it the 20,001? Is it the 22,000? And we need to be saying that this is what we are going to do.
Okay. On policy, it means that you've carried the conversation into policy, governance, compliance. Once I don't want to come in there at all. Let me go to Dr. Melissa. You have seen some research, some standards across the world that has worked. If we're looking at this, what do you think Africa should copy from? If we're talking of developing afresh, we may spend so much time to do that. If we are in a hurry and want to copy something, what are some of the examples we think we can copy from for the start?
Thank you, Charles. So I'd like to start with what we have right. Okay, because often there is an assumption that we don't have anything or what we have is not sufficient, because we're often comparing to very established ecosystems and markets. Generally, regulatory sandboxes are identified as being very useful in terms of helping promote financial inclusion and strengthen the ecosystem. And so people will tend to quickly point to the UK's regulatory sandbox. But the Bank of Ghana has a regulatory sandbox. Nigeria has regulatory sandbox. A lot of countries in Africa do have regulatory sandboxes. Yes, the maturity levels may differ, but they do have regulatory sandbox. So I think one of them is for us to keep hold of that. Another thing that people would quickly point to are tiered regulations, okay, that caters to customers at various levels with various capabilities. So a customer whose only form of ID is a national ID, and then a customer who is able to provide a full spectrum of IDs and identification needed to have a full bank account. Regulation caters to that. We have that. Ghana's Payment Systems Act does provide for tiered, customers. And so when you look at the framework we have locally, to be very honest, we do have, or we've made significant progress. All of these standards, and if we look at our cybersecurity policy, it speaks to the need for PCI DSS, particularly if your institution does work regarding card systems. ISO certification is quite common. Even the Bank of Ghana does at least biannual renewal of ISO certification. When I was in GAPES, it was such a huge deal for us to even fail any of our recertification or any of our audits. And so it's been a lifestyle, I know, for GAPES and BOG that has been there for at least the past decade. Okay, so speaking to the fact that we do have some of these things, maybe the awareness is not as much as we would want it, and enforcement is also a different thing. We've not enforced it totally in the way in structured or developed ecosystems that it's copious, it's articulated, and they enforce. So when you look to those ecosystems, you can quickly see the standards, you can quickly understand what the standards are, and you can see it being enforced as compared to our situation where it's a lot more quieter. So if you're looking at what can we take from others, is for us to, the regulators and key actors, to be very copious about it and to enforce and make sure that, okay, if we are going by these standards, we are going to make sure that it is enforced and it is known to the public. And then saying that as well, we want to tailor some of this to our peculiar situation. Mobile money is in developing countries, it's flagship in Africa. And so most of these existing standards are not tailored to the behavior and to certain things we see in our ecosystem. So we begin to look at creating some of these, I won't say start from afresh, but augmenting the existing standards to the African context. Then I'll conclude by saying we need collaborative regulations. And that's an area that Africa is lacking. The EU tend to come together as a body to come out with regulations. So you have, for instance, GDPR. You have digital services tax. This is at the EU level. So if you go to any EU country, the standards are pretty much the same. But if you come to Ghana and go to Nigeria, very different. It creates loopholes. It creates opportunity for people to exploit the system. So if it's not working in Ghana, I'll go and try Nigeria. I'll try Togo. I'll try Kenya. Okay, and so long as there are weaknesses within those ecosystems and we are not collectively strong, any interconnections among us will be exposing us to the weaknesses within those countries. So we may want to begin to look at collaborative regulations. That Ghana has a solid Payment Systems Act. I think we are about the only country or one of the few countries with a full law that has really looked at the financial services ecosystem. Can we extend this learning to other partners, colleagues in other countries? Are there things within their ecosystem? Why is open banking working in Nigeria and not in Ghana? Is there something in the regulation that we can learn from? And maybe we can have an ECOWAS regulation. We can have an AU regulation, to sort of support some of these things, because there's a dire need for us to safeguard customers. Fraud is a big problem. Okay, and sometimes even we are beginning to share some of the weaknesses among ourselves. But if you have regulation that protects us, then it's a lot more solid.
That's where we can compete with Lagos. Because as I sit here, the business that I do, I see a lot of investment coming to Lagos than here. Yes. A lot of investment coming to Johannesburg and Cape Town. Yes. Why? Because the numbers are there, right? So we struggle to get investment here because we are small. But so if we are small, we need to be competitive in some sector, in some things. So we need to make sure that we train our people. Once we train our people, we can put them at the forefront and they should be able to drive what we want to do. So the regulator is very important. The PPP is good. I'm not asking for their money, but I want us to work together to ensure that we can win together at the end of the day.
Wow. This conversation, we may not have the time to exhaust the entirety of the conversation. But then, let me go to Ghana Card again. What progress has been made in integrating NI database with banks, with fintechs, platforms, and all of that, so that we're talking about trading across the borders? As we do that, what has been the progress in that integration locally, then we can talk about cross-border.
Thank you very much. So Ghana has made a lot of progress in its digital public infrastructure over the years. And I would say even in identity management, in Africa, Ghana's identification system is the topmost. Because we are not only doing ID cards, but we are taking data that we harmonize and integrate with various sectors of the economy. That has become the basis of trust. At the end of the day, even 3 days ago, in 2012 or 2014, government issued a moratorium preventing other institutions from acquiring biometric efficies. And then it was repeated again this week. All this is to ensure the integrity of the data we have, so that the Ghana card becomes a single source of truth in every transaction across the country. I'll give you an example. When I came here, I walked in, I was given a tablet, I typed in my name, and then probably you picked it up from there, and then you called me. First, how do you know I was the one who actually came or who you invited? It could be anybody who would walk in, pick the tablet, and type his name. And then what I typed, did it match the name you had? You called me Mr. Bedra, Mr. Fred Bedra. I am truly the one you invited for the program. Secondly, my onboarding becomes easier. Nobody needs to type anything in at the front desk. Immediately you integrate, it pulls the data set, my correct name, my correct, whichever data set you are looking for, my correct title, my correct position. So that is the essence of data integration and harmonization. And Ghana is at the forefront in the country at the moment. Currently, we are fully integrated with Ghana Revenue Authority. So your tax identification number is your Ghana card number. We are fully integrated with National Health Insurance. That is why National Health Insurance does not print cards anymore. So when you walk into the facility to receive healthcare, the onboarding process becomes very easy, and you can actually trust that the one who is receiving the healthcare is the one who is registered onto the National Health Insurance Scheme. SNIT's benefits. If we had benefits, if we had not done integration, that was very easy in the past. Because first of all, the death certificate you present is a piece of paper, and verifiable piece of paper. So if I walk to my insurance company and declares my father dead, the only source of truth they have is the fake death certificate I've presented. There is no way they will be able to verify whether that death certificate is true or not. So NIA is doing everything, and that is Ghana. Ghana is far advanced. A lot of the countries, even Europe, UK inclusive, has not achieved that, not anywhere near that status. I think UK is trying to do the same. What we are trying to do is that we want to make data uniform across everywhere. When you go to the banks, we are integrated with all the banks in Ghana. That is why when you walk to the bank, you cannot change your name. Look, anti-money laundering rules. I can't go there and say I'm Kofi Mensah without an H, and then have a fraud history, and the next time I'm coming to the bank, I'm Kofi Mensah with an H. That's a different person. But now, the banks don't need you to type in or write your name. You go there, and they pull your eKYC by a simple integration, an API that hits our system. So it makes the data the banks take very uniform. It helps them with compliance. It mitigates the risks they face every day and prevents fraud very easily. That's the level of, that is the importance of integration and data harmonization. And I'll say that Ghana has gone very far with that. I gave the examples. I'll add that we are integrated with fintechs, banks. All the banks in Ghana are onboarded. They have an API that they talk to the NIA system to verify clients and onboard them for their eKYC purposes. We are in the process of doing a SIM card re-registration so that every SIM card that you hold belongs to you. Don't worry, I'm not going to queue elsewhere. We have advanced. What we do, or what we'll probably do, maybe if I should spill the bean a little, is a system where you can sit at home and still be able to use your biometric to verify that the number you have is linked to you. And that's what we want, where we want to get to. We send you a link, you're able to, it brings you to a platform where you should be able to take a live biometric feature, like your live facial image, which is verified with the database you have at NIA, and then you are onboarded correctly and it's linked to your SIM card. That is the importance of integration. Thank you.
Interesting. We have a long list of questions, but unfortunately we may not be able to exhaust the whole conversation. But let's quickly pick up on how the fintechs and banks looking at their cybersecurity infrastructure as we prepare for cross-border digital transactions. What sort of cybersecurity infrastructure should we be talking about?
Sure. Thank you very much. I think currently the Bank of Ghana has a fixed SOC where all banks, we have our SOCs reporting all activities on our systems to them. They advise us. But fintechs, we're yet to integrate because everybody's operating in silos. Everybody wants to do his own thing. Now, if a fintech wants to have 10 banks use their service for something, they give us APIs to their systems. Where do we find out that the conversation coming from the API given is really from a trusted source and not from a fraudulent or a malicious attack? We also need one that would be the general one. The Cybersecurity Authority has advice it gives out, which has the information as in the our internet communications we haven't. They have an idea which ones are coming in that are wrong. They advise banks, they advise companies on what to do. But where we have to get to is we have to have independent bodies that would do us that middleman job of verifying that communication is truly not coming from a bot somewhere, but it's coming from a user, an end user, or it's coming from a bank. We have to have that middleman doing that work there. That will come with investment. Somebody must look at that as a business opportunity. Invest in that. As my brother Emmanuel mentioned, governments must provide the enabling environment for that businessman, that technical man, to take a decision that I want to be the ombudsman between banks and fintechs. I want to be the ombudsman between banks and telcos. And then all those organizations pipe their information through this to verify. Because as I'm saying, with the AI part of the story coming up, you can't even detect that what you are seeing is wrong. It is correct. It follows the syntax. It follows everything that must be done right. But it is malicious. So before you realize, it's already gone. So we need a middleman to do that for us. Finally, I would also say we need investment, a lot of investment. When Emmanuel started, he says, it's even Melissa also mentioned, it's a 5 to 6 year life cycle. Before you realize your technology you implemented is end of life. You must scrap, bring in new, retool, change some devices. Devices have end of life, gone out of support. We need investment, both on the software. And for the software, and I say, what is the best African antivirus you know? Anyone here? The best African antivirus you know? Antivirus company you know? What is the best cloud service provider you know? African. West African, maybe. What is the best data center? Data center companies are in Ghana. How many people are saying we are hosting our entire infrastructure at a data center, and this is where it is? Where is your company's DR site? You understand? These are things, these are conversations we should have. Okay. And when that is done, we will know that we are going in a direction that would be great for our citizens. Thank you.
Is Barbara still on, or we've lost Barbara? I wanted to pick Barbara.
I'm here, Charles.
Okay, so
I'm here, Charles.
All right. What can financial institutions do to ensure that products are accessible, affordable, okay, for low-income and rural communities? Let's look at that, and then I'll have to beg my panelists. We'll have to conserve the time, and so I know that we'll have 2 more rounds to go, but then after this, after Barbara is done, we'll consolidate everything, probably 2 minutes each. You touch on what you want to do on the infrastructure questions so that we can wrap up and take questions. I hope that's fine. Sure. Okay, so then, Barbara, let's take you in 2 minutes and then we can.
Okay, thank you, Charles, for this question. For me, it should start with empathy. So the example I gave with the telco that I'm always
Barbara, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Should I start all over?
You can go ahead, please.
All right. Okay. So what I'm saying is we should start from empathy. Empathize with the customer. We should also start with simplicity. We should develop our designs and products from simplicity, as simple as possible. And I think that's one of the things that Momo used and brought our financial inclusion to this stage. Simple, even on the young phone, you just dial a *17 something or 1. Everybody has some 3 short codes. It's simple, everybody understands it, and then that we just move from a humanized point of view, not just with technology in mind. We should also educate in local languages so that people can understand what we are selling to them. There should also be partnerships with the cooperatives and the community. For instance, you get the Queen Mothers, they use storytelling. They tell you how I was able to move money from my account to this one or from my Momo to this one. And the people respect such people. They understand from their point of view. And so they will always listen. Then trust. Trust is very, very important. So one example I always give when it comes to trust is a story of a woman where I was buying something and I was like, I'm sending you Momo. She said, okay, fine. After I send the Momo, I said, can you check whether it's there? She said, when I get home, I will check. I know it's there. That is trust. And I will always say that that is how Momo has grown our financial inclusion, because unfortunately, Melissa is here, Gibbs. When Gibbs fails and you don't have a Gibbs file, forget it. Yesterday, I think one gentleman said that when the money is going, it can go instantly, but when there's a wrong debit and it's coming back, that's another conversation. In fact, you know the word chargeback. If the bank tells you there's a chargeback, it can go as high as 90 days. So imagine that was the only money in your account. So trust is very, very important. And conclusively, at the end of the day, it shouldn't just be about innovation. We should think about inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shouldn't just be about the innovation, but we should also think about inclusion. Doc, I know we have 2 more rounds of questions to go, but we can't take it. So let me start with Dr. Melissa. In 2 minutes, if you can touch on any of the pointers or summarize your answers to the 2 rounds we couldn't take. Is that fine by you?
Okay. Yes, it works with me. So for me, I think my 2 key giveaways. So I mean, in this case, takeaways for the audience and for all of us are concerned here are for us to look at, to see or reap the benefits of financial inclusion through infrastructure. I think two things need to happen quite quickly and quite strongly. The first is for us, for countries that do not have digital public infrastructure, to strongly consider it. I think despite the ills of companies like Gibbs and NIBS, they have been very strategic partners. They've been the reason why we've seen the kind of scale we are enjoying in Ghana and Nigeria, and even the way the pricing for some of these platforms and services have been managed is because we do have these state-owned infrastructure. And so that takes me to my second point, is that government really needs to consider investing some good money beyond policy, investing some good money into infrastructure, because then it takes the burden off partners, takes the burden off the key actors, and then they can begin to look at other things. So interoperable platforms are expensive. That's why we don't have so many aggregators in the market. And so if the state can step in by converting those into DPIs, it would be a great way for us to begin to see some real change.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Barbara. I know you have a lot to say, but if we can summarize the 2 rounds in 2 minutes for me.
I'll summarize it. And I want to talk about gender. And I see our panel, even the panel is gender biased. You see all the men on the stage. I mean, I'm not impressed, because gender comes with intentionality.
Barbara, before you go on, I told you to come. You said you won't come. So let's go.
No, it's not. No, it's not even the in-person. Look, the panel, we are 6, right? And plus you. So when we are talking gender and financial inclusivity, we need to be intentional. Even the organizers of the program, when you are looking for the panelists, you need to have gender at the back of your mind. Because if gender is not, if you are only looking at availability, the man is always available. So if you don't have it at the back of your mind, we can't go there. We should always look at policy and design, and before a product is rolled out. And we should also use the aggregated data to make informed decisions. Yeah, that's what my conclusion will be. Thank you.
So then, Barbara is always saying that our infrastructure should favor the gender, the women, because women. We thank you very much for that thoughtful inclusion in that discussion. We really, really appreciate that. Dr. Bejra, now I have formally, yesterday I had this to say here that academicians love and do not joke with their, and so Doc, I want to apologize for that, but Doc, so in NIA, summarizing for us in 2 minutes, the positioning of the National Identification Authority, juxtaposing it to our infrastructure readiness for African cross-border trade, especially in the financial sector.
Okay, so I use the title to illustrate how you can easily get data wrong.
That's right.
Data harmonization. Quality of the data we take every day. So, as we already mentioned, digital transformation is the backbone of any digital economy in trade, finance, service delivery. And if we are talking about, or our digital future lies in our infrastructure being able to enable, 1, secure transactions, and then build citizen trust. That is the only way you would be able to achieve a lot from digital transformation. If there is no trust, forget it. You can't achieve that. And that trust is built on identity. It's anchored on identity. Identity is the basis of trust. You don't watch people, you don't interact with them, so you should ensure that whatever we do, whatever infrastructure we put in place, should ensure there is secure transaction and then ensure that there is trust. Thank you.
So once he mentions security and trust, you know where I'm going. So please, in 2 minutes, you needed to have been here yesterday. I was almost on every panelist about security and about policy on security and the positioning on security. As we prepare for cross-border, I know you've said a lot about the security risks and all of that, but looking forward, what should be our positioning, infrastructure-wise, policy-wise? I don't know how you can do this in 2 minutes, but please try and do that for me. How we should position ourselves for that.
Thank you very much. I think the future is exciting. Ready? Yeah. Tell us so. It's so exciting. Every single thing that exists in the European market, in the US, in the UK, for security, can exist in Ghana. Emmanuel mentioned that we have the opportunity to export things that will make Ghana more attractive because we do not have the numbers. One we can go with is that as our communication is secure, we should be able to enforce systems to the standards to the extent that they will say the Ghana standard must be our standard. So that's the first thing we'll have to get to. Okay. Harmonize standards for ourselves and let it work. Let everybody believe in us. The next one is learn, relearn, unlearn, relearn. Please, whatever you think you know, learn again. Because what you know today became obsolete about midday today. You'll have to learn the new things that are happening now. Finally, investment should not only go into buying the latest V8. Investment should not go only into having a very nice office building. Investment should go into the latest fiber optic cables. Japan not long ago gave us the fastest fiber cables, doing 19 billion. Please, we must get there. We should invest in, as I mentioned, Africa's own antivirus systems, Africa's own data centers. And it should not be, as my brother would say, there are like 5 or 6 in Ghana now. We should have 200. Why can't the market woman in Zima with coconut oil not sell to the woman in Cape Town? Why can't the woman in Salaga, as my brother mentioned, not sell shea butter to us here in Accra? But you have to buy through somebody who will take it through a vehicle. And there's a lot of investment opportunities along the corridor. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is ready. Let us embrace and then make it work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Africa is ready. Now let me go to my 2 engineers. I don't know how your 2 of you battled this out, but then positioning ourselves for infrastructure, cross-border. So I don't know if you share the 2 minutes or maybe the 2 of you take 3 minutes, 1.5 each, and then let's finish this up. And then we'll take our questions. Who goes first?
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Before I even jump in on my 1.5 minutes, just already touch base on something that Dr. Bajra said. I think what he said about authentication with the face and the thing, you sit at home and you authenticate, I think it's splendid. If we can do that, we can easily link that to one controversial topic that we have, elections. Right? So that you can sit in your home and get authenticated with your face and you vote. Yeah. I think that will stop all the chaos at the polling stations. So just to also to drive into back to point in terms of infrastructure. I think what I would leave here would be advice to the fintechs and advice to others who are trying to push touch base on infrastructure and also on NAFTA and all that. They need to look out for certain things, right? So, there are a lot of providers in town, a lot of people are providing services, but we need to look out for certain things because there are a lot of people here who have co-located in Ghana, but also have something on the cloud outside. Now, I know some of the regulators are pushing them to bring the cloud locally, but even in the interim, even if you are hosting your your compute here and you have your processing power outside, you need to find a way of having secured connectivity to that place. And secured connectivity, in my mind, from talking from cybersecurity, I mean from the security angle, you need to be off the internet. There's nothing secure on the internet, right? So off the internet means, and you can still be there and still be off the internet, because there are a lot of ways that you can have nice, either you taking advantage of the IPLC system or using tunnels and VPNs to connect between data center in Accra and data center in Johannesburg, or between Accra and London, and from there do a cross connect to the AWS that you really, really love, you want to get to. There is already solution in place that others are providing in that. The likes of Main One and things based on a submarine cable are able to do that. So that's something that I feel we need to leverage on. We need to always be looking out for when we want to do that kind of business. So take advantage of that. Make sure that you are checking to see properly who you are dealing with. Of course, look out for sustainability, right? Sustainability, I think a lot of people are talking about carbon footprints, trying to push carbon and all that. So businesses, I think going forward, are also mindful of that. A lot of business, my own business, we have a plan to be neutral or carbon neutral by 2030, right? Currently, we are doing under 95%. The thing is, we are getting close. It's good to have such a target, and you are heading towards that. So we need to also be thinking sustainable, thinking renewable energy. Ghana, we are good. We have hydro, a lot of hydro. But of course, in recent time, because of our power issues, we've gone to have a lot of crude, which we need to figure out how to get away from, right? So that's something that I feel as businesses, as we try to expand and do more, we need to position ourselves to be a bit more sustainable.
Thank you very much. Stephen?
So I think the only thing I'm adding is there are a lot of young ones coming up and trying to build some of this infrastructure. What we can do as companies here, as giants that I'm privileged to be with, is to help hold their hands. And so if a young person is coming and they are not dreaming of going global, thinking of the advantages that ACity has for them, we can point them in that direction and then even give them some internships. Founders can also come for internships so that they can learn the skill at which they can operate. Then it would help us build the infrastructure that we need. So that's the only thing I'll add.
I'm very happy you touched on that, because there was a whole presentation on, because Stephen does a lot with helping young up-and-coming talents in the tech space to skills development, capacity building, and all of that. I'm sorry we couldn't really touch base on that question. But I'm happy you touched on that particular thing. Thank you very much. We'll have time for maybe one or two questions, and then, I see the hands are up already. So, yes, there's a hand there.
Julius is my name. I would like to ask, so the new worry for us as Ghanaians is if I'm right, the data harmonization bill, which is coming up. Would that not be a big challenge for Fintech and all other institutions using data? Because there's a lot of concerns about how this data is going to be harmonized and all that. So if any of you could take a take on that. And then secondly, don't we still have a leadership problem, which maybe, I don't know if it's bigger for us to tackle, but I feel like there is also that leadership role which is not being played, maybe politically. What's your take on that? Thank you.
Okay, so before I don't know if my panelists would want to take that, but once the bill is under consideration and there is a formal setup where consents can be channeled to for consideration and considered for amendment, okay, so I would want that if you have challenges with the bill and its languaging and its format as it stands now. I know you are trying to take our minds on that, but then I'm sure that for me, for instance, I've submitted whatever I think on the cybersecurity bill to the appropriate channel. We do not want to put any of our panelists under a certain media light. I want to hold brief for all of them. We don't want to, because then once Dr. Bedra is here, anything he says becomes an official position of the NIA. You understand me?
Yes, please.
So if you can maybe take his mind off this,
all right.
Or you understand me, so that we're able to protect the people we've invited here,
yes,
and not put them in the wrong light.
That's
you
fine.
Understand? Thank
That's
you very
fine.
much, sir.
Yeah, but so that goes back to what one of the lady panelists said, that the solutions should be simple and should be empathetic.
Yes.
So if the bill doesn't seem to have that, then there's a challenge. Anyway, but we can take it off. Thank you.
Back to where we are running away from.
Yes,
Thank you very
but that's
much.
fine. That's fine.
Yes, sir. Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Okay, there's one hand here. I think that's all time will allow us for. So let's pick that one and then we'll be done for today.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul. I wanted to know the dangers of having multiple APIs integrating with one system. So what if that the source shoot is down? What happens? Yeah.
Okay, fine. I would leave it to the engineers, but I'm sure he's targeting NIA with that question. First of all, you should be rest assured our data center is tier 3. It's standard data center with multiple layers of cybersecurity and encryption. And we actually have a real-time replication to a disaster recovery site outside the NIA. Data protection, there's cybersecurity authority, there's independent audits and pen tests all the time. NIA itself, there's regular pen tests. There have been a lot of attacks, but I can say confidently that none has been successful so far. So it's a very robust digital infrastructure we have, and for now, and then it's always upgraded to meet changing circumstances across the world. It's for no reason that it's one of the benchmarks for most of the countries in Africa. Just 2 days ago, a couple of countries, high-level delegation came to NIA, and we keep receiving presidential-level visitation from a lot of countries across Africa to study what we are doing. Thank you. I'll leave it to the engineer to tell you the SOC and everything.
So I believe there's always a level of danger with any system, be it there's one request or there are multiple requests. And so there definitely are systems that you put in place for if you have multiple requests hitting you. And so with the example he gave, I think he's given you a breakdown of everything that's happening. There's rate limiting for places that you think, okay, I have too much information coming from this place, so let me ensure that I'm not getting more requests than I can handle so that it's freed up for everybody else. Now, on the issue of the source of truth being down, I don't think anybody builds a very robust system and has one compute source and one database. You usually have clusters with redundancies, and then you have a load balancer on it handling everything that's happening. And so to talk of the source of truth being down, except you are putting all your eggs in one basket like we're doing with AWS, and then AWS goes down, right? Then you'd see that a lot of systems globally went offline. Even that here we are saying that cybersecurity advisory, the regulations that we have are telling us that we should be hosting things in Ghana. You should have minimum on-prem that meets some requirements. I remember during the time I was in the Fintech, we were looking at having on-prem. We didn't meet the requirements, so we're speaking to Main One and then we're speaking to MTN. There are those facilities available. So it would beat my imagination to understand how somebody would be running a robust system and the main source will go down because there are like checklists that you have to meet. So it might almost be impossible for that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that's all we have time for. Thank you for your attention. If you have...
Good.
You have a question?
Oh, no.
If you have any personal questions for any of the panelists, I'm sure you can corner them somewhere and then get it to them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you. Please don't leave the stage. If we have our business school, academic city leadership, and our keynote speaker for the photograph with our panelists, please. Professor Enoch, Mr. Tanko, Dean Abbey, I saw you. Mr. Julius Hamagashi, Mr. Maktompuri, cameraman. Whilst we are getting organized for the photograph, just to update, we are going to take our keynote, a very special keynote. Yesterday, I told you we always save the best for last. We are about to go for lunch. So we will take our keynote, and then we will go for lunch. But before we go for lunch, we will take a group photograph. I'll take it again. Are you business school? Any other business school faculty in the audience? Oh, you couldn't hear me. Can you hear me now? Okay. Paparazzi, you're doing your thing, right? Okay, I'll just stand here and talk. Oh, I'm not business school. Thank you very much. Okay, so just run through what's coming next. As I said, we'll take a very short keynote from our special guest for today. We will then do an audience photograph with everyone. Then it'll be time for lunch. Lunch is ready. We're running behind. Whilst we move the volunteers, can we move the podium back to the center, please? You learn something new every day. There's been a lot to take away from the panel discussion. I had a lot of questions, but we're out of time. So, up next, very briefly, we have a powerhouse in our midst, another very inspirational lady. I'm just waiting for the movement to settle down. Someone's water. Okay, so our keynote, as I said, is another powerful woman. Put your head up. She's very focused. One of the things she's focused on promoting inclusive economic empowerment, especially for women, youth, and small-scale entrepreneurs. She is an accomplished Ghanaian professional who currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer, CEO, of the Microfinance and Small Loans Center, MASLOC, abbreviated to. She was appointed to this role in February 2025 by our current serving president, which underscores her proven enterprise in financial governance, institutional leadership, and public service delivery. Should I tell you her name? That was quick. Julia said, yeah. Okay. So, she brings extensive experience and skills in budgeting and financial reporting, policy formulation and implementation, data analysis and management, stakeholder engagement, risk assessment. It was a powerful woman. ICT systems and monitoring, and is deeply committed to institutional growth and has a keen ability to assess and improve the effectiveness of organizational policies, standards, and procedures. She is currently the Deputy National Women's Organizer for the NDC Party, and she's been in that position since 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, help me welcome up Madam Abigail Elom Akwemia Mensah for our keynote.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry I was late. The name is Akwambia. So next time. Okay, so distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I feel honored to be part of this summit. And I know it's a summit not merely about technology, but also the kind of economy we want to build that is inclusive, innovative, and empowering for all. Our team, navigating regulations, unlocking Africa's fintech and e-commerce potential, goes beyond platforms and apps. It speaks to human possibility. It speaks to the market woman in Kumasi, the young entrepreneur in Tamale, the diaspora investor in London, and the policymaker in Accra, all connected by technology, trust, and opportunity. So we want to talk first about inclusion as the foundation of fintech. Access to finance has long defined who participates fully in economic life and who is left behind. Across Africa, millions, especially women and youth, remain outside formal financial systems, and fintech gives us the power to change that story. Not long ago, during one of my trips, when I took over as CEO, I met a young lady. Her name is Ajwa, in the Central Region. And she spoke to me about the struggles she's going through in trying to find money to start up a business. And of course, because she doesn't have what it takes to go to the bank and all that, it was a struggle for her. When I took over at Maslock, I looked at the fact that if government doesn't give, we can't support the people we want to support. And for that matter, I needed to think outside the box and then try to find ways of trying to help people who also need finance. So this young lady I talk about, we have what we are piloting currently at Maslock. We call it the investor mapping. Now what we do is that we try to find the, how do I put them? Maybe the lowest person in London that has about, say, 500 pounds, that has about 1,000 pounds, and she's finding somewhere to invest in Ghana. Or maybe not just Ghana, across the country, but across the world. But because I'm in Ghana, obviously I'll be concentrated on Ghana. And what we have done for this young lady I talk about in Cape Coast is to connect her with somebody that has just 15,000 cedis and cannot invest in any big or any huge thing in London, because £1,000 is not too much in London. But in Ghana, that is a lot of money. So we connect Ajwa to this person in London, and then we stand in between. a surety for the investor that you are investing 15,000 in this young lady. At Maslock, we do 1% interest at the end of every month. So, in effect, at the end of every month, if you agree, your 15,000 is going to yield you 1% interest, which she gladly accepts. And so there's a link. And this lady gets 15,000, 1% interest at the end of the month, and she's doing her business perfectly. This is some of the success stories we talk about, and I believe it has only been successful because of the fact that we saw the need to connect them. The lady doesn't live in Accra, she lives in London, but technology has connected them, and she has been able to raise some money to do her business. For years, Maslock has been a bridge between excluded communities and opportunity. When women and youth get access to credit, they invest in their families, build their businesses, and uplift their communities. But the future requires skill, and that is where Maslock comes in. We come in by integrating fintech into the operations to reach more faster, opening diaspora investment channels so Ghanaians abroad can invest in market women and youth groups back home. Further, partnering with the Bank of Ghana and others to align innovation with financial stability. Technology as a catalyst for women economic power. The real power of fintech lies in its ability to reach the mile in real time. Picture this. A woman in Bunkrugu who once had a travel hour to the nearest bank can now apply for a loan, receive funds, and do repayments as well, all from her mobile phone. So that one of the things we are also doing at Maslock recently, with the help of technology, is that with the help of the African Development Bank, we have been able to develop an app where somebody sits in, say, the remotest village in Ghana and can apply for a loan on our app or on our website, and then it goes through the processes, goes through vetting, the committee actually gets the details, sits on it, and once the person is qualified, the person doesn't have to travel all the way from the village to Accra, but will have the money sent to their mobile phones. And that is why, I don't know if Deputy CEO of NIA, recently we have written to you that we want an integration. These are some of the things we wanted to do so that we can link their Ghana cards to the application. So that if I have the data from NIA, I am able to tell that this person with this phone number actually is the person who he or she says he is. And then that gives us some comfort and some trust that once we give out the money, we do not become like MTN and we'll be pasting people's pictures that they should come and pay their quick loan. Or would not become like the credit people that go stand at the houses of the people and be throwing stones into their homes. Yeah. Okay, so regulation, cooperation, and trust. Technology alone does not guarantee inclusion. Without a trusted regulatory and cooperative environment, innovation can create gaps as easily as it bridges them. So the critical questions are, how can regulation enable innovation rather than stifle it? How do we protect consumers while promoting growth. How we ensure women and youth are central to the digital economy. At Maslock, we have learned that collaboration is key. That is why our digital committee includes a representative from the National Information Technology Agency, Ghana's ACity regulator. One of our most productive breakthroughs came not from the technology itself, but from sitting at the same table with the regulator and innovator, so that we have a technical committee which includes NITA, cybersecurity, Maslock itself, and then the consultant that developed the technology for us, so that where there are lapses, once they sit on the same table, they are able to bridge it quickly for us. And we don't have a situation where, like yesterday, somebody came to my office and somebody has created another Maslock website and has been duped 5,900 cedis. So if we have all these people on the same table with us, once we have such situations, they quickly come in to solve them for us. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's fintech potential will not be realized through isolated pilots or fragmented initiatives. It will be achieved through bold, coordinated, and inclusive actions. We must design regulations that unlock rather than restrict. We must see women's economic empowerment as charity, but as smart economics. And we must build financial systems that leaves no community behind. Maslock stands ready to play its part, leveraging our grassroots networking, embracing innovation, and collaborating to scale impact. As we engage over the next, so today is just the next day, right? You are finishing tomorrow. Okay, let us remember the faces behind the figures. Adjoa in the central region, the nurse in London, and the young entrepreneur in Bunkrugu. They are not statistics. They are the reason we build fintech ecosystems. Together, we can create a trusted and inclusive digital future for Africa. One where fintech and e-commerce are not privileges, but pathways to prosperity for all. Thank you very much. It was short, right? So I did well.
Thank you very much.
I remembered you said you were going for lunch, so I needed to be quick. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's great. So we can head off to lunch. Can we all please come on stage for the group photograph with everyone else? So everyone in the room, if we can jump on stage. Some can stand on the front here. And then we'll be heading off to lunch. Our volunteers will direct you as to where we need to go. Can we take the photograph? Oh, thank you very much. Hey, today too, you are not hungry. Meanwhile, after lunch, then we are begging you to come back. Go for lunch, you won't go. And then come back. after lunch. We have some exciting panel conversations to be had after the break.
to integrate what I've learned today into Tamani Cosmetics, which is actually a skincare brand. Yeah.
Yeah, so have you been able to achieve that purpose by being here?
Yes, I've
At least some of it.
Yes, some of it. And most important, to meeting Maslow's CEO. It's actually a great thing for me because I'm looking forward to having investors, and talking to them today is really great for me.
Excellent. Did you get her contact?
Exactly.
Perfect. See? When the opportunity comes, you grab it. Can I come to you next? Your name, where you're from, what industry you're representing, your interest for attending the conference, and any main takeaways, lessons learned, etc. so far.
All right. My name is Harry. I am working with a new company that is what you call a Fintech company that is opening an operation in Ghana. We have started operation yet.
What are they called?
Checkboard.
Checkboard.
Yes.
Okay.
Checkboard.
They're expanding.
Yes, they are expanding their operation to Ghana.
Okay.
Their headquarters is in UK.
Okay.
Yes. So when I saw the ad, I was intrigued to partake in this particular conference because I think it's going to help me a lot. Yesterday, presentation, from the regulator to other participants or speakers was great, especially from regulatory aspects. I've learned a lot where the Eriku also did mention about leveraging the new AI so that they can find themselves at par in terms of policy formulation by opening a new office, AI, and then data analytical office to target some of those things. And then he also seems to kind of focus on how they can draft policy to not necessarily just regulate, but inculcate customers' interest in the policy. So as they are regulating the industry, they are at the same time safeguarding the customer and the industry players as well, by ensuring that maybe whatever product the players are putting in place has customer interest in it. Yes. And I think one major thing, I am also coming from a customer service, I'm a customer service expert also. So one major interesting thing for me, especially from the customer protection presentation they did yesterday, was how best customer interest can be inculcated in this fintech ecosystem that we are trying to practice. That's the most important thing for me. And how exactly can a regulator ensure that at the end of the day, all this talk, the customer interest is seen in whatever we are doing. Otherwise, if the customer interest is not seen, all this plenty thing, at the end of the day, the trust that we envisage to establish from the customer will not be established. Yeah, because the customer, if the customer is not fully, doesn't see the interest or the trust be established in this fintech thing, he or she will be reluctant to do that. And for today's presentation, it was great, especially in terms of digital transformation aspect to biometric verification, which we mostly do from our side. Then giving us the end result, which is the trust, that's one most important thing for me, because it kind of gave me what I wanted. Yeah, it was kind of 3-in-1 for me. Yes, so it's great. I mean, I'm so happy to be part of this.
Excellent. Thank you. Well. Dr. Mark, if you didn't record that too late, you missed it. I saw you yesterday and you're here today. You quickly reflected. So you are, your interest being here, one main contribution that stood out to you so far, or something you're taking away?
Okay, so I am Elikem Guka, student of ACity. Yeah, so one of the key takeaways I got was the importance of the database we send to the AIS, because apparently it goes through all the other firms and institutions, so they use the same data to make decisions and the like. So if there is a problem with the information you are giving to them, then it's going to affect you in the long run, because with the age and stuff like that. I didn't know like it was that important. So I took that from it.
Excellent. We learn something new every day. I will come to my right-hand side. Dr. Mark, do we have all our panelists for the next session in the room? Yes. Okay. So I'll come to this side. Maybe I should go to the back. I'll come to my lady smiling at me. Say who you are, why you're here, what you're hoping to take away. If you have taken anything away, just...
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jibodi Akosia Agbenyo. I'm a social policy analyst who's focused on issues surrounding gender, child protection, and youth. I also lead an organization called Uncharted Path Initiative that focuses on exposing young people from low-income communities to opportunities that help them navigate their path. Why I'm here? I'm here for two reasons. One is that I'm currently at the Ghana School of Law. I'm hoping to get called to the bar, and I'm looking at legislation surrounding the fintech area. It's a new area for me because my work over the years have not been in that space, but I see the intersection between that space and the work that I do from the gender and youth perspective. And what I have taken so far, I think that yesterday's session was quite insightful for me because it was really big on inclusion, which is something that I particularly find interest in. And I did like the panel that was selected to speak because they came with rich experience, a lot of data, and they left me with a lot of questions because then I had to go home and go do more research and read more about it, which is one of the reasons why I came here. So I think it's been a great conference so far, and I'm looking forward to learning more.
Great, excellent. Thank you very much. And one last contribution to my gentleman down here. So your main takeaway, who you are, what interested you in being at the conference, and if you've been able to realize that.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Ahe from Apt Marketing Solution. So we provide 360 marketing for individuals and institutions. So when it comes to like digital marketing, brand communication, anything concerning marketing. So yesterday and today, what I've learned is everybody use technology for their businesses, and how you do it contribute to the digital ecosystem. So you need to do it right. And one thing that concerned to the discussion, the last gentleman, Steven, talked about retraining the young ones to still keep the ecosystem, the digital ecosystem, improving. So I think we need to fund the young ones out there to do it right so that we can keep this ecosystem improving and stronger. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'll come back for the mic. You can hold on to it for me. Okay, so thank you all for those contributions. And we'll move on to our first session for the afternoon. For those of you joining us online, thank you very much. We acknowledge your presence. We have just come back from lunch to the second annual Fintech conference at ACity University. Our theme for the 2 days has been Empowering Africa's Digital Economy, Innovative Regulation and Policy for Sustainable Fintech and E-Commerce Growth. So, the next panel discussion is going to be moderated by, Dr. Mark Tampuri on the theme Inclusive Digital Insurance. So if we can please give him a round of applause to take over. Hey, you didn't invite what do you call it? Introduce your panelists.
Oh, I should introduce myself. Hello.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Hefsi. As introduced, my name is Dr. Mark Tampuri, the moderator for this event. So I'm doing something different here. We have our panelists. Online, we have Shisha Nyanga. Okay, that will be for the next session. We are supposed to have Kikain from Lesotho joining us online, yet to do so, I believe, yes. To my left, I will let my panelists introduce themselves.
Okay, so, sorry. I am Loidoso Asante, a public servant.
My name is Bernard Achu Akumazanu. I work with Glyco Health Insurance as head of retail business.
Yes, so thank you very much, Bernard and Lloyd. This promises to be a very interesting session, especially a theme coming from industry. For those of you who were here last year, you will see that this particular theme was not part of last year's session. And we had a request from industry that if we are speaking on inclusive digital finance, then areas of insurance and investment should as well be featured. So that is a feedback that goes to show we are doing something very relevant to industry. I will start my questioning from my immediate left, Bernard. And Bernard is a health insurance personnel. So most of the questions would delve into inclusive health insurance. Bernard, just a simple question before we even start. Can you tell me, currently, in terms of the landscape, what is, or how different is it from other African countries?
In terms of insurance? In terms of insurance?
Yes, health insurance.
Okay, and so I would say the insurance penetration in Ghana, a recent work by Deloitte shows that we have just about a little below 2%. That's the insurance penetration as compared to GDP, which means that we still have a long way to go in terms of insurance penetration. And looking at now coming to NHIS, I think NHIS, the government is doing quite well in that area by democratizing this access through the integration of mobile money into systems where people are able to pay their premiums. And so they've gotten some level of engagement there. But when it comes to the private health insurance, it's looking as if it's a reserve for, let's say, the elite in the community. This is because not all are able to pay for this. And even the people that are on it, it's either their companies are paying for them or they are buying it themselves. But the ones that are buying individual plans are not much. It's the numbers there are very negligible. But when you look at the corporate ones, we have a lot of them there. So which means that we still have a gap And looking at this inclusive program you have brought about, I think if we can democratize this to even the low end, it makes it even easier for us. When you look at the penetration in Ghana, it's around below 2%. But us comparing that to, let's say, South Africa, it's around 15%. It's because of the way they are able to access healthcare and then insurance as a whole, and how they also welcome it. And another thing is about the education. And on the other side, I also think that because of the communal living that we have, if something happens to you, we can come together and then support you. The extended family system. So I am coming to our old school platforms. We are contributing money to take care of Adjoa's illness. We are doing this to take care of this person's illness. So people are not rising up to the occasion to take their own health seriously in terms of having health insurance.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Bernard, I'll come to you again, but let me move to Lloyd. Yes. Lloyd, you are noted for being in the pensions sector, insurance trust, most likely, over the years, right? Yes, my question to you is, over the years, we have seen this industry also transform to become more inclusive in the way you perceive even your clientele base. Can you let us know what innovation and digital transformations you are seeing within this sector, which is aiding and improving issues such as compensations, compliance, benefits within this sector? And how inclusive is it currently?
Okay, so in your question, the lead up to your question, you said something about perception, right? And when I joined my institution some 12 years or so ago, the perception the public had about us was terrible. I think today we are in a much, much better position. And why is this so? It's because of trust and accountability. Back then, people could not even access their statements. They didn't know what they were contributing to. But now, in the comfort of your home, you click a button, there's an app, there's a portal. You go online, you can see. You know that you are working towards this. In a few years' time, when I go on pension, this is what I will get. So technology has played a very key role. Things have transformed. When I joined, I remember, I got there and then someone's file, fiscal file was on the table. And it had taken 2 years and we hadn't paid. And I was like, how? 2 years. The family had been chasing the claim for over 2 years. Today, if a claim goes beyond 15 days, there is trouble. Because we do not want that. As much as possible, so long as everything of yours is okay. If you lodge a claim, you can even get it within 3, 4, 5 days. So when you do that, the public begins to trust you. I've been on social media and I see people fighting for us. In the past, it was the opposite. I don't want to mention the institution, but as soon as you mention our name, or those days when I wear my corporate cloth, I go somewhere, the first thing is people attack you. Oh, you're chopping our money and what's not. But today, surprisingly, I don't even need to be on the defense. People will come out and say, no, I went there, I lodged my claim. Within 2 days, it was paid. How have we achieved this? Through technology. Things have changed. Back then, a file will move from wherever and travel physically to the head office. Today, we don't need to do that. You go there this morning, you lodge a claim, it's captured in the system. As soon as it's captured, I'm able to see. So every step of the way, we are able to track. So once you build that trust, perception about you changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lloyd. And with your answer, what you portray is the adoption of innovation and technology within the services that you provide. Now, following up to that, Bernard, in terms of health insurance, are there any good standards that you are portraying in the use of technology and innovation, especially to improve upon issues such as customer care, customer needs?
Okay, I think customer care and the customer needs, these ones are non-negotiable because if you don't care for them, you don't have any food on your table because it's the customer that pays us. And with regard to technology, our form of technology is not just to take away paper things and make them digitally, but gradually we are also taking people's data ethically and to also veer into preventive care. And we are also preventing and then also predicting what happens, let's say, what happens with the data that we have. So if someone is having chronic conditions, how it does not just come out by a day. It's accumulation of events. So the data that we gather, that's the same data that we use. And so we have a whole team that is chronic condition unit that take care of that data, and we are able to have personalized communications with these people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see we have Nathaniel online. Yes. Nathaniel, can we hear you? Are you online? Let's see you.
Yes, I'm online.
Okay.
I'm online.
Welcome, Nathaniel.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So Nathaniel, we are speaking on the digital insurance session, and first of all, you've been online for some time. Can you give us your views so far?
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thanks so much for the program Academic City. You've done well. I think this is the second time you are doing this, throwing more light into the digital space and how we can make use of that space ethically. So thanks so much. In fact, I joined just in 2 minutes, so I hardly heard anything. The last submission I heard was from Bernard, and so I think that I'll make this pass, and then once I get a few insights of what is going on, then I can contribute properly.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Bernard, back to you. And now let's move into partnerships. Partnerships that our players, whether fintech players, of which insurtech falls under, or banks fall under, what partnerships are we currently seeing in terms of digital partnerships with, for example, mobile money technology or firms, in terms of fintechs, in terms of communities, okay, that are relevant to your work? Can you tell us the partnership that we are seeing in this industry moving forward?
Okay. Traditionally, I think before we even move this digitally, we have this bank assurance partnerships. That's bank partnering an insurance company to sell their products. And so now we need to bring this one onto platforms, onto digital platforms now. But here lies a case, the regulator does not have, let's say, even sandbox systems for even people who want to bring these bank assurance partnerships onto these systems. We have some few companies that are selling, let's say, IO and all that. They call you for this health insurance and then other insurance products. But we do not have, currently we do not have a system that is all harnessing that. And so I think this is an area for the fintech organizations that you can leverage on. Why I am trying to bring out this idea is you have someone that is supposed to pay a premium of, let's say, 5,000 on annual basis. But a simple Google search will tell you that an average salaried earner in Ghana is around 4,000 cedis. How is this person going to pay this? If we really want to democratize this so that we can inclusively have everybody on board, then we should have an intermediary where this person maybe can act as a the financial organizations, take this up and then deduct money from these people, the people who want to buy the health insurance plans on monthly basis. But here lies the case. We are also looking at credit issues here. And so how do we do this? This is an area where we have not explored. And so the current ones that we have now, the partnership that we have now is having some few banks come on board that would also give credit to the clients to buy from the insurer. And when they even buy from the insurer, you realize that the cost associated with the service goes high because the one giving you the credit is also going to charge you an amount. Can we have some health financing firms come on board so the fintechs can also leverage on this and make it possible for all of us to achieve the UHC that we are talking, universal health coverage that the government is pushing for, and also the SDG 3, which is about wellness and health, and also the SDG 10, which talks about inequality. And so I think this forum is the best forum for us to come together here as people who are fintech enthusiasts and to build a platform that can actually democratize this health insurance to everyone.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Again, I'll move to Nathaniel. Nathaniel, you see, within the finance sector, usually when we say inclusion, the basic form of financial inclusion is access, right? Access to financial services. So usually we are counting the numbers of access. My question to you is, within the digital insurance or the broader insurance sector, how do we move beyond this mere access to something that is more deeper, something that moves to the informal sector, where we have a lot of those within the informal sector have quality access and as well as usage of health insurance systems or services?
Great. Thanks so much. You just hit the nail on the head. I always say that enrollment numbers alone do not prove that people actually benefit from whatever you are selling, especially in insurance. Because the truth is that, yes, you can churn out a lot of sales officers onto the field to just go on enroll people for you. We've also recorded some very unethical ways of people enrolling people. And so you'll be amazed to know that once they have some data, they can just populate some names for you and then put it into the system. So those headcounts alone do not prove that people are benefiting from the policies or benefiting from the insurances that we are putting out there. I think that we should look at proper product design. In fact, let's look at some parametric insurances where we'll be targeted at people's unique needs. Now, these people in the market, these people in the farms do not have need for the general insurance policies that we sell. In fact, they do not even understand it. But can we look at parametric insurance where we would be looking at particular policies for particular issues, maybe funeral policy, a low, critical illness policy, a low, health insurance policy, maybe to cover just outpatient alone, to cover maternity alone. Once we are able to break these products down to meet the specific need of the people, yes, then we'll be making impact. Yes, then we'll be talking to the needs of the people. What else are they looking at? They're also looking at pricing because they are price sensitive. The idea is that, oh, those people have money because they are in the informal sector. But yes, they are very price sensitive because they hear all the radio ads that says that, oh, yeah, koto drove 3 days, and so, yes, he might jump onto your policy, but the truth is that, is he really making any use of it? Is it benefiting him at all? So we should look at price. How can we tailor these prices, tier them into unique tiers for these people to enjoy, for them to be comfortable at paying? Now, these people do not also make money in lump sum. They make money in bits and pieces, little drops. And so what it means is that because he or she sees money in pieces, in bits, they are not comfortable paying your huge premiums. How can we decentralize the premiums? How can we make premium payment easy for them? The other issue that I also want to look at is the accessibility. How easy is it for them to make payments to these policies? Yes, they are in the market. Yes, they have the mobile money platforms. But how often do they even remember to jump onto the phone and make those payments for the things they've purchased, the things they've signed onto? And so the fintech guys, great opportunity for us to look at how we can design frameworks, structures, metrics to be able to assist these people make payments easily without any headaches at all. But yes, once we have done all this, once we have the enrollment numbers, once we've been able to design products that meet their needs, once we've been able to look at the pricing models for it to benefit them, how often do we even evaluate the feedbacks and the responses from these people? Are we able to identify how this policies we've churned out or how this products we've churned out meet their needs? How do we even get back to them? How do we even gather data? How do we even assess those data, read meanings into those data? Are things that we also need to look at. It's not just sales. It's not just numbers. It's not just tracking them. But how do we even go back to look at this things that we have done to make sure that these things are working perfectly? These things are meeting the demands and the needs of these people that we are giving it to. So yes, numbers, enrollment numbers alone do not mean that yes, we are doing well. But until we look at this piecemeal line items to make sure that yes, premium is right, value is served, the clients will understand, pilot it stage by stage to make sure that these KPIs meet what we want to give them, the numbers will not speak to anything at all.
Thank you very much. Nathaniel, from what I got, you really are very passionate about inclusion within the insurance sector. So following up on that, and this goes to Lloyd, we've seen that many workers within the informal sector still operates outside of the social protection scheme. There are many. But we are seeing, for example, mobile money change how we do payments, right? So how can state insurance firms leverage these technologies like mobile money, even USSD platforms, or things like ZPay, digital wallets? How can we leverage these to attract those in the informal sector, for example, to make voluntary payments towards social protection, or in Ghana, maybe Senate scheme? Yes. Thank you.
So, personally, when I go around, let's say I'm buying from the lady who sells on the tabletop or my tailor, or I ask them, how long can you do this work? My father was doing this work and he handed over to me. Okay, so how is your father surviving? How is your mother surviving? Oh, every month I send something to them. So if you are not there, what will happen? God will provide. Most of our informal people, they have that kind of mentality. I think SNET in 2022 saw this. There was actually a study. They saw this and then they realized that no, we must get everybody into the social net. So then they launched the self-enrollment drive seed. A policy where self-employed people could join the scheme. You know, for a regular employer, if you don't pay your contribution, there's a penalty. But for the self-employed person, there's nothing like penalty. So they leverage on the USD short code, *711#. So you just need to register. But to make it easier, The officers who go onto the field, so they go into the markets, they go into the stores, where have you? They go and then they register you. They go with the machine, so you see everything. You are captured into the system, and then you are given your SNET number. So every month, you pay something into the scheme. You know, with our self-employed people, they don't make money all the time. A carpenter, a mason, he might get a contract, and then he will get something to do for 6 months. Then the following 6 months, he's in the house. So you are allowed to stagger your payments over a period. So for our state institution, like you said, they have actually taken advantage of the mobile money, the apps. There's actually even a SNET app, and I hear very soon there will even be the virtual office. So if you are, let's say, a Gen Z, a TikToker, someone, a social media influencer, and you know that you won't probably get the views or the likes forever, but while you are earning, you want to put something aside, you can register and then join the scheme and be contributing. You can use the app, you can use the portal, and for those who are unlettered, they can actually use the USD code. So if I'm the market woman and I'm afraid of using a smartphone, I have a YAM phone, I can just key *711#, go to the option, key the amount I have to pay, and I pay. And when analysis was made, it was realized that the self-employed or the informal sector actually outperformed the employers. So, and you know, with those people, once you speak to them and they buy into the product, you'll be surprised. They'll rather be chasing you to make payments because they feel like, oh, I'm paying for my future. Our lettered people tend to be a little legalese. Why must I pay? Why must I pay? There should be alternatives. SNET is a monopoly. It should be broken down. What's not, what's not. But at the end of the day, you want something, you want a cushion to fall back on. And unlike regular insurance, for the state one way or the other, you are going to enjoy a benefit. Unfortunately, if you pass on, your beneficiaries will enjoy a benefit. If you don't pass on and you get to the statutory retirement age, you get to enjoy a pension until you die. So whether you die at 60, you die at 70, you die at 80, even if you're 100 years, the state insurer will continue to pay you.
Yes, so the import of this, and I'll let Bernard come in here, then I ask.
I just want to clarify something on this. Yes. Yes, so we all get to enjoy from insurance. It's not as if, unlike I think that one we have to correct that. Yes, we all get to enjoy something from insurance. All right, the partnerships here that I would propose here, you see, we are all using mobile money, and we all use some forms of digital platforms, and we want to include people who can buy insurance seamlessly. I think if we have a firm, a fintech firm that wants to take up this challenge and say, okay, I'm going to partner a finance company, and since all the telcos have the reach already, whenever someone buys credit, whenever someone tops up his or wallet, a minute component goes into taking care of this person's insurance, be it health, be it life, or general insurance. And so with this one, with all the credit rating things, you'll be able to know if this particular person is able to keep money on his account for, let's say, 2 days, 3 days, or at the end of the year, this person is able to keep money in his account. So what do? This person is supposed to pay a premium of, let's say, 20 cedis, and let's say a premium of 100 cedis. So looking at the trend, we can claw that from this person's usage of the mobile money platform, or credit buying platforms. And the fintech is also making money, and the government is also able to achieve the universal health coverage that we are talking about. And by so doing, we are also scoring some points as the SDGs as well. And so I think the challenge is for the fintechs now. We should come with a platform, and a platform that can bring all these actors together, and so we are able to universally have this universal health coverage for the entire country. So please, if there are any fintechs here, I would want to contribute my 2 pesos, Mikakrawa, so that we see how best we can help the country as well and democratize this health to all other aspects of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Bernard, I'll come to you in a jiffy. Okay. You see, when we hear the word insurance, for a lot of people, it's usually a new thing to them. Look at insurance penetration, 2%. Okay. Yes. So it's not an area that is the people are really conversant with. And you see a lot of who we have here, being an educational institution, is our students, right? Yes. Most likely the only insurance they may be on is probably health insurance. Of course, in ACademicITY, you have to take a health insurance policy. So it is a very new or gray area to a number of them. But that is even not worse, right? When we go to pensions, that would be probably a very gray area for our students. So that brings me to Lloyd, before I come to Bernard. You've been speaking about pensions, and I got interested when you mentioned the fact that if you are on, let's say, social media, and maybe you are doing some videos, those we call celebrities, you can have pensions. So I'm interested there. What is even the relevance? Can you bring it down so that those of us who are here would understand it? And it's
okay. So let me just say, what is pension? Let's break it down. The simplest form. Pension is meant to replace your income when you are at a stage where you are no longer able to work like you used to. For Ghana, the statutory retirement age is 60. But if you are 55, you can go for what is known as reduced pension. In some countries, the age has been raised due to actuarial valuations and whatnot. Now, for the young people here, I have one of my former bosses here. I was once like you, and I was in my national service, and he was my director. So back then, I didn't even know what pension was. My mind was not there. I didn't even have a SNET number. But times have changed. Things are different now. There are some of you are probably earning than all of us here combined due to your social media status. You are what we call social media influencers. And sometimes when they mention the numbers, what they get from one video, it's mind-boggling. It's like they are making a lot of money. So now that you are making money, you can put a percentage of it aside so that when you are older, you come back and then the state insurer, or we even have private tier 2 and tier 3 companies, they will pay you. For the state insurer, that is net. They pay you a monthly pension every single month. You get something, and that's based on your best 3-year salary. So SNET is what is known as a defined benefit scheme. For other pension schemes, you don't know what you are going to get. You've put your money in, the insurer or the company is working, and when they are done, if the market goes bad, they can tell you that even though it won't happen, the market went bad, we've lost something. You were supposed to get 100 cedis, but like what happened some years ago, DDEP, you are not getting 100 cedis, you are getting 20 cedis. But for SNET, if your salary is 100 cedis, based on factors, you know that you are going to get a minimum of 37.5%. That is 37 cedis, 50 pesos. And that will be broken down into a monthly amount for you to earn. The maximum is 60%. That is 60 cedis. So we have people who are earning over 20,000 cedis a month on the new act as a monthly pension. And then we have the highest pensioner earning over 200 and something thousand a month as pension. Yes. And I was telling Macbeth, when we raised the minimum pension some time back, it became 300 cedis. Back then, the minimum monthly wage was, I think, 100 and something. So we began to receive reports. All the security people and the cleaners and what's not in organizations were retiring to go on pension because they realized that the minimum pension was twice their monthly salaries. So the companies were complaining that why are you paying them so much? So with us, it's what you put in is what you get. Unfortunately, in Ghana, a lot of employers do small basic salary, more allowances. So I have colleagues, I have friends, they're in the banks, they earn more than I do. But I realize that when you go on pension, your pension is much higher. Recently, one of the directors in one of the big banks was complaining. When he was working, his monthly salary was like 40 or 50,000 a month. And now his pension is less than 3,000. And he's crying. Why? The bank was paying only 2,000 as basic salary. And we're giving all the others to him as bonus. Allowance. I know my time is up. I'll give you 30 seconds. Now he's crying. So let's come back to those of us here. If you have something you are doing, don't say, oh, I'm too young to join the scheme. No. Right now, per the Act 766 as amended, at 15 years, you're eligible to join the scheme. So register, get a number. If you are doing some side gigs, you can make monthly contributions. And the more you put in, the higher your pension when you go on retirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the explanation on what pensions is. As I said, it's a very gray area for a number of people. Bernard, now, we currently are seeing AI, for example, being used within the insurance sector. Data analytics now being applied within the insurance sector in pricing, in understanding risk, and even in benefits and claims. Now, can you tell me, how are you also applying these technologies in pricing, in understanding the risk that people bring on board, as well as even designing the products of insurance? And I'm asking you this, just yesterday, I watched a video in the run-off to this discussion yesterday, where we have insurance scammers. So elsewhere in America and Europe, where someone driving in front of you with a predetermined mind just brakes so that you hit the car and they claim insurance. That's an insurance fraud, right? Yes. How are you detecting this?
All right. I won't hold brief for that one. That's a general insurance one, and I won't speak to that. The person hitting the car deliberately, that one, they will deal with that one. But in terms of what we are doing in health insurance, there are new technologies that are coming in where your wearables, let's say your Apple Watch and all that, are able to calculate the number of steps and all that. And all these go into calculating your premiums. We use all this in the calculation of the premiums that... Are we safe? Okay. So we use all your wearables things. People who are so conscious about their health. There are people who are on all the, let's say, all the apps regarding health, fitness, and all that. And so now, if you are to complete a form for any insurance, you have all these things, and this goes a long way to determine the premiums that are being charged. But that said, we are not just limiting it to wearables, premiums, and all that. We also want to see what if we are able to use that same data to prevent that sickness. And what if we are able to use that same data to prevent that chronic condition? That is the reason we have an MIS, a whole MIS department that takes into account every claim that comes, and the claims that would sometimes even make you identify this person is gradually going towards a chronic condition. Then a tailored communication is sent to this particular person. So that is how we are using AI. We are not just using it for calculating premiums, but also to prevent and then also to predict things that will come in the future.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I will be moving to Nathaniel. And Nathaniel, because of the answer that just came from Bernard, where we are now seeing the application of data analytics and AI in health insurance, for example, he did mention wearables, digital wearables, like your watch, your smartwatch, that is able to detect, okay, some medical coexistence within you. Now, we have a number of people who may not have access to these wearables. So in that regard, or even medical gadgets, in that regard, what frameworks are insurance, health insurance schemes and firms putting in place to make sure these people are not excluded in the use of your technology in assessing risks, calculating premiums, and all those that comes with employing technology and AI?
Thank you so much. Yes, like Bernard rightly said, yes, now things are fast advancing, and we are looking at how we can get this advanced technologies like the wearables to help assist and gather data from people to be able to assess them properly, understand them properly, and even goes, like you rightly said, a long way to even reduce premiums in advanced countries. Once you have some wearables, it helps do that. Now, data gathering is a key issue when it comes to insurance. To be able to even understand them and design products that best suit them is a huge problem. And so, yes, there are quite a few alternative measures we can consider, like deploying agents to go into community-based areas to talk to them, gather these data manually. Now, take note that some of these communities we are looking at have had the opportunity to travel around the country on 3 occasions, and you get to places that is even difficult for you to access quality internet. Even your phone calls do not go through. And so when we deploy advanced technology, it becomes difficult. And so, yes, we can look at the alternative options. We have agents that we can send into the communities. And these people, once we identify they are from the communities, it's easy for their people to trust them and devote some of the information that we really need to help design products for them. And so, yes, that is one model that we can look at. It's a very old and ancient model where we get people going to the communities. But then the other issue that concerns me a lot is what we use these data for, and then it affects how we even get them, because there are people that you speak to, and when you want to collate some data from them, because they are not very confident of where the data will end. In the past, you get people's CVs at where we sell the coffee Brookman. You go to buy coffee Brookman and you have somebody's CV being used to wrap your plantain for you. You go to buy roasted corn and you have somebody's CV. And so people were quite guided in devoting some of these data to you. So once we get trusted people, like I said, is able to help us. Now we also have advanced technologies in satellite and geo-proxies, and those things also help us to narrow down on key communities. For instance, these farming communities in the north and in the Volta region, it's easy for us to use satellite images and geo-proxies to be able to narrow down onto these people, identify the number of people there, what they do there, what they need there. Once we deploy some of these things, it's easy for us to get into them and gather some data from them. I want to talk mainly about data fairness and what we use them to do and how we calibrate them into our systems. Because as I already said, in the old, you see your CV being used to wrap other things, but in the new, people are hacking into these data and getting people's medical information, getting people's personal information. How do we safeguard them? And so the good thing is that for us, like Ben rightly said at Glyco, we have a 3-tier information system. And those 3-tier means that for me, even with my position, if I sign you onto health insurance today, there's no way I would have access to your medical history. There's no way I have access to even what your age looks like. Your demographics, I do not know. Those data sit with somebody. And so once we look at data fairness, it will be easy for us to get some of these data that are sitting in the market, sitting on the farms, sitting in the rural and urban areas. It will be easy for us to get. So yes, let's look at how we can remodel them. 1, as I already said, agent. 2, community engagement. Once we can look at these small communities, group them into 5 communities like I did in the north some months ago, group them into religious groups, social groups, small groups. We're able to collate some of these data from them and then help use for what we want to do. As I already said, let's be fair with the data. Once we are fair with the data, we are able to do something better with it. But how do we gather them? What is regulation doing? What is fintech doing? Because this is a huge fintech platform, I want us to also think out of the box of how we can get some of these data on the ground without necessarily deploying so much in revenue. Because as I already said, it's a very huge headache for us, even as insurers. Because if I want to design a product now, what data do I have? What opportunities do I have to understand those data? So yes, once we look at them in the data fairness principle, it will be easy for us to work with.
Yes, thank you very much. And we are wrapping up. So within 2 minutes, I'll be asking each one of you your last question and try to sum it up within 2 minutes. Yes, so following up with where Nathaniel ended, let me go back to Bernard. Nathaniel ended with a notion that we need to have the frameworks available, and that can be done when you have the data to support the framework, which also means when you have the data, you would be able to develop these insurance models to now address the peculiar needs of those of us who need insurance, which is all of us anyway. Now, Bernard, your question. You would agree with me that regulatory innovation would therefore be an important or key determinant of the models that the insurance firms are able to even develop. Because what that means is that you have to develop models that falls within the compliance, regulatory compliance. So within the insurance space, we can talk of sandboxes, right? We can talk of approvals from the regulatory authorities. Now, what do you think, what innovation do you think in terms of the regulatory aspect would most effectively help in accelerating digital insurance adoption in Ghana or even Africa?
Well, that's a whole thesis topic to explore. All right, so I would say regulators should not be roadblocks, but seat belts. There's a law now, even with general insurance and then health insurance, no premium, no policy. no premium, no policy came about because people were unable to fully pay their premiums. But people would also want to pay in bits. But because of that rule, no premium, no policy, you are unable to pay that. So an innovative way that regulators could actually regulate that area, I'm of the view that people who are willing to pay in bits, we should give them the opportunity to pay in bits, not a straitjacket where it's going to be no premium, no policy. There's someone that is in a regular employment where the person gets consistent salary, but because of no premium, no policy, this person is unable to take up health insurance that is way more than his monthly salary. But if you are able to innovatively work around this, and then maybe through some collaboration, we should look at this no premium, no policy, which will include people who are unable to pay outrightly and also bring them into the insurance net just by changing that no premium, no policy law. That is it.
Thank you very much, Bernard. And lastly, let me come to Lloyd. Okay, so Lloyd, issues of digitization and digitalization. These two words usually are buzzwords for us, right? In national social insurance schemes, data privacy, for example, is becoming a major critical issue. Within this landscape, data governance, data privacy, data security, what is being done currently to address these critical issues or concerns that people raise with national pensions authorities? And how do you collaborate to solve these issues?
Okay, so data security, confidentiality. I always say this: education, education, education. You might have the best systems in the world. You might have the most secure frameworks and whatnot. But if someone will have access to your systems, if someone will breach confidentiality, if someone will do something unethical, it will come from a human being, not the system. So, for starters, this year, I know that SNET has done training on the Act, the Data Protection Act. The number is not 883, right, or 884. I'm not too sure. But the Data Protection Act 2012. And all staff are supposed to go through the training. This week, this is a week or this month, like this is Cybersecurity Month. So, SNET is training their staff, know what to do, know what not to do. There's a case of someone who printed someone's statement and gave it to another person. And let's say the lady's husband contacted the staff that, oh, I want my wife's statement. Unknown to the staff, they were in a divorce, they were the middle of a divorce. So the husband used that statement in court and won a huge amount against the spouse. So this lady, sensing that she had goofed, resigned because she knew what was going to happen. As soon as you join the institution, you are asked to sign an oath of secrecy, confidentiality. Recently, my wife called me that someone needed information, blah, blah, blah. I told her, Madam, you know that we don't do this. I can't give, yes, you are my sleeping partner, but this information, if I give it to you, you will think you are giving it to the person in good faith. But before you realize, you are in trouble. So with what you are saying, we need to continue educating our people, constant education. We are trying as much as possible to fulfill all the national regulatory issues. You know, the Data Protection Agency, they have also become very, 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 very serious. So if you breach any of the, they'll fine you right now. I think we've paid a number of fines this year alone, and management is also very, very watchful when it comes to that, because at the end of the day, you see, may I always say this, I have access to very critical and crucial information, but I can't use that information against somebody, because it's like sometimes you are around and then someone will call you an employer. I want to know how much this person is earning because he's coming for an interview. So can you help me? I was like, how? You know what the industry standard is. You know what you want to pay. You know what your budget is. Go ahead and pay the person based on your budget. So you educate your people. They must buy in and do what is right, what is needful, because if you don't and you go out giving data, you put the whole organization at risk. At the end of the day, it goes against all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lloyd. And lastly to Nathaniel. Nathaniel in 2 minutes, because we are hard pressed for time. And I'm moving towards the area of embedded finance, which is now also upscaling in a number of ways. Let's look at its application in microinsurance. So that would be embedded microinsurance, right? These models, yes. We are seeing embedded microinsurance now embedded in a number of platforms. Currently, mobile money, right? You dial and you see microinsurance products. You use certain apps, then you are able to access microinsurance products. Now, the question to you is that you insurers, which you are, including regulators, which we had yesterday, and even those managing the digital platforms, how is the collaboration like? How are you collaborating in a way that these products becomes inclusive for those who have access to these? These products become transparent in the way we access them, the contracts that we sign on when we are accessing them through the mobile apps. This is very important to me. And lastly, on customer understanding of these embedded finance or microinsurance that we see in a number of platforms. How are you collaborating to do that?
So yes, it's a threefold approach. Like you said, it's for us, insurance, the regulator, and also other third-party players like the fintech designers to come to bear to do this. Yes, we have products. What we have done is to try to make sure that we understand the need of the client, we understand the need of the people, and then design products that will suit them. Now, when we do them, we want it to be off-take from us, and so we have collaborated with some fintech companies, some marketplaces, social media marketplaces, to off-take this product from us that we have designed, knowing very well what the client is looking at. And so then when they pick it, they're able to now make it closer to the client, bring it to the client's doorsteps, find a way for the client to understand what it means. And so yes, there are API integrations that we have done with some fintech businesses to be able to list our products on their platforms to make sure that yes, people can go onto those platforms to be able to buy them. Some remittance companies, we've also tried to, or also done the same API collaborations to make sure that yes, they understand the product and people can off-take from them. People are sending monies every day. They are on these platforms. And so once they're able to plug in there, they are able to understand the product that we are selling. Yes, the regulator is not left out because the regulator has the onus to make sure that what we are doing is profitable to the industry, profitable to the client, and will not hit each other's back. Just like Bernard said, they are not supposed to be standing blocks, but they are supposed to be seat belts. They are supposed to safeguard the industry. And so yes, regulator is doing that so well to make sure that, yes, both parties would get seamless transactions. What does the client benefit? Now, for clients, what we're also trying to do, or what we have done, is to make sure that they can access claims without headache. They can get claims paid to them through the virtual platforms that they onboarded from, to make sure that it's not a tussle. You don't need to drive from Wale Wale to come to Accra to be able to make a simple claim. And so, yes, the clients are also in mind. And these platforms have made so easy that even with USSD codes, they can go online and go on their phones, even on their functional phones, to do this. And so, yes, from the regulators' point of view, from us, the insurance point of view, and from fintech companies, as well as the end user of the product, yes, there are some good integrations, some good partnerships that goes on at our level. Especially is our e-health product that Bernard mentioned.
Thank you very much, Nathaniel, for rounding it up for us on this session of digital inclusive insurance. So thank you very much, panelists, for coming. Lloyd, thank you for coming. Bernard and Nathaniel, thank you.
If we just have, you have a question? Hey. 2 questions, okay. And then we'll do photographs quickly for this panel. Oh no, we'll call the next panel and we'll do the panel photographs together, right? Because of time.
Okay, so how do I frame this? On the back of no premium, no policy. So let's go back to, probably because of time, let's simplify this. Premiums are supposed to be legally termed consideration for the provision of the insurance contract.
Yeah.
So then, can we begin to think outside the box and provision probably a systematic tier of insurance that falls between the ranges of the salaries, so that no one is forced to meet a particular premium payment? Or we can design probably, I don't know how the industry works, but then a quantum merit system where as you pay, you earn. I don't know if that works.
All right, so this could be solved just by collaborating with, let's say, a financial institution. And so if I partner, if an insurer partners a bank now, so through a bank assurance partnership, then the bank pays on behalf of the client upfront. Then the bank will now claw back the premiums on a monthly basis, because this person can actually pay, but when he coughs out that lump sum, he will seek hack my soul. Yeah. So we can just collaborate and do this. So I think that's why it's good that we have the fintech practitioners. Just have a system for it, a platform for it that can bring banks and then insurers together. So once you're on that platform, you're able to get this seamlessly.
Okay. Okay, so with the answer he gave, probably this would have been the solution for the failed one-time premium.
So my question has to do with pension benefit. You mentioned that in Ghana, most companies are giving lower income as an base salary, which is very low. Then they add bonuses to it, which to make it a bit. But that actually affects your pension benefit at the end of the day. Is it okay for me as an employee to have another contribution with Senate aside the one my employer is doing? I know my employer is also paying another, is it tier 2?
Yes,
tier 3?
Tier 2 is mandatory, but tier 3 is optional.
Okay.
Yes.
So is it possible for me to still, so that I'm looking at scaling up the contribution to, from my, what do you call it, income?
Effectively, you want to game the system. No, you cannot do that. Okay, so here's the thing. SNIT does not put a restriction on the number of employers you can work for. No. You can actually work for 10, 20 different companies. So long as your contributions are below the maximum insurable amount of 61,000, or the contribution is 8,100 and something cedis, you will accept. You can't go above the maximum insurable amount, you see. Now, you can't be a worker and a voluntary contributor at the same time. No. If you're a voluntary contributor, you are contributing voluntary. If you are working, you are working. You can't do the two at the same time, because you know that people are trying to use it to game the system. And what most people forget is that you have to receive your money, invest the money, so that when you go on pension, you pay. But some people try to be smart. They wait when they're about to go on pension, then they want to hike their salaries. Actually, there's a salary hike committee, which is in the law. It is in the Act 766. So when you do that, you come and, we won't take that money. We'll pay you what you should have paid, because you know that salaries are supposed to increase within a certain threshold. If, let's say, you got a promotion and you jump from one level to the other and you have paid the relevant taxes, yes, it's not a problem. Rather, what we should push for, the solution to your question, is for the change in the legislation. Right now, the law speaks about the basic salary. We can push for a change so that it's not the basic salary, but rather your consolidated salary. So that if your employer is paying you so much in allowances, if Social Security is calculated on the total amount instead of just the basic salary, then the employer will not even have the reason to put it in allowances, because any business owner will tell you that they don't want to make unnecessary payments. So if I'm taking 5.5 from your money and I'm adding 13%. My part is even the higher one. And if I'm paying tier 2, I'm adding another 5%. So it's 13, 5.5, 18.5, and I'll push 5% to tier 2 and tier 3, I'll add something. I'll pay you something small, and then I'll get away with it. So we should push. I know we are trying to amend the Act 766 to something new. When we push for this and it's in the law. See, fortunately or unfortunately for SNIT, everything is in the law. How we pay your benefits, even if someone dies, how we distribute the benefits and all of that, it's in the law. So if you put it in the law, then our people will now come and do the enforcement. Because you know that, fortunately for Ghanaian courts, they don't joke when it comes to SNIT matters. So if you are an employer and you are not paying, even the whole presidential candidate was sent to court and he was almost jailed. You have to cough up the monies. We'll confiscate your salary, because you are not only depriving the person of the benefits, but there's future earnings. Imagine working all your life and then when you are old, you go and you are told that you'd have nothing to claim. It will be very painful. So let's all push. If you start pushing, I'm sure it will be done.
So with regard to that,
yes,
we know. We don't know when exactly that review is going to be done in terms of the regulation or the policies that you mentioned. What other alternative do you suggest? Could you also be tier 3? So I'm just looking at my benefits at the end of the day.
Why would I want you to go and give money to somebody else? Yes. So let me put that one aside. That was just for jokes. It's always good to plan for yourself. A lot of people are mistaken in their belief that their pension or their state benefit is supposed to take care of them. No. It's supposed to augment whatever you have put aside during your time working. Because how much can the scheme pay? Yes, there are people earning very good monies because when they are working, and surprisingly, those people are the people who probably don't even need the money we are paying them. I always have this philosophy, but the big people will not agree, that we should rather, instead of probably having a cap, because now we have a cap. You can't pay more than 8,000. We shall allow everybody to bring whatever they want to bring into the scheme. Then, instead of paying them this amount, we shall have a maximum. Look at the conditions. Our actuaries can do the calculations, know what is the maximum amount someone can survive on, and spread the rest of the money for those down there. Because it's sad that someone will be paid 300 cedis as minimum pension, because that person could not contribute that much. Meanwhile, on the same scheme, someone is earning 200,000. If you divide 200,000 by 3, it can pay how many different pensioners? So, yes, if you want to contribute to tier 3 voluntary, yes, it's not a bad idea. Do your own savings, investments, and whatnot, so that you augment whatever you get when you go on pension.
All right. On the back of that,
if
if you want to do tier 3, come to Glyco Capital. If you are your sponsors, we are able to do that for you.
And on that note, thank you very much to our panelists for that interesting round of discussions. Okay, photograph moments. Give us 2 minutes. I was a bit conscious of our final panelists. That is Professor Enoch in the room? Yeah. Professor Enoch, Mr. Tanko, Business School faculty. Sir Reginald. Yes, if we can join a photograph, please. Yes. Looks like it's it's a boys' affair with this one. No. Yes, my gender people, we are here. But we'll let you have this one because we are tired. Okay. We always save the best for last. We almost at the end of the second annual Fintech conference. I've learned a lot over the last 2 days. I have a little secret to tell you, but then it won't be a secret anymore. FYI, this final session, Saving the Best for Last, was voted the most engaging, the most interesting, the most insightful, the most everything session from last year's event. That means you don't want to miss it. Those of us online, I hope we are still here because we have saved the best for last. And so, this last panel session for today, before we do our closing, it's on the theme of regional integration, e-commerce, payments, trade, and finance. And the discussions will be around public-private collaboration for seamless cross-border finance and regional trade integration. Sounded like a mouthful, but I've learned a lot over the last 2 days, as I was saying earlier, especially because I'm not really plugged into the fintech space, apart from trying to make the everyday Momo payments, but it's been very insightful. I did want to ask about these underwater fiber optics earlier on, and also to let you know, we do a data science MSc program and a MSc in cybersecurity here at Academic City as a postgraduate program. So, our moderator for the final panel is Mr. Nanaya Insia Danso. Are you in the room? Excellent. Round of applause, please, for Mr. Danso. And I will let you invite your panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. How many? I think I have 3 panelists here, so I may have to stand. Good afternoon. Yes. She says we've saved the best for last. But around this time, people also seem to start getting tired. But we'll try and make it as engaging as possible. And it plans to be very, very exciting. So over the years, it seems that people have been talking a lot about connecting and trying to connect various regions, especially within Africa. And in Africa, with the advent of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and digitization in various aspects when it comes to payments, we've seen a lot of integration and connection. However, this connection is not just about integrating systems. It also has to do with building trust, interoperability, and inclusivity, making sure we are all included. And the current 17.7 million active Momo wallet users in Ghana is an indication of how inclusive we are. And this was just reported by Momo in their, just this week when they published their financials. So now we are looking at somebody in Kumasi being able to send money to someone in Rwanda, Kigali, and the rails are being built to ensure this can happen. However, we still have challenges. The challenge of infrastructure is real. The challenge of regulation, harmonizing regulation across different markets. And that has been a main problem for the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and the payment system that was introduced as the PAPS. Also cost implications and conversion rates also become a problem. And for this panel, we are going to look at how we can accelerate this regional integration using trade, using e-commerce, and probably blow your mind on what we can do ourselves to help the conversation and get things moving forward. And to help me, I have a very, very interesting panel, very learned, cross-functional team across various sectors, some online and some here in the auditorium. I'd like to invite to join me on the stage, Mr. Eben Ghani. Is he here? Yes. Mr. Ghani is the CEO of WeWire. Welcome, Eben. Also joining me will be Mr. Eric Insakun. He's the founder of Street Streams Limited. Thank you, Eric. Welcome. Joining us also in person is Mr. Charles Fifi Hagan. He's the founder of Cheo Secure X. Charles. You now understand why I couldn't sit down. I offered a seat to my panelists, but fortunately, I've been given a seat. Thank you very much. Also joining us online is Madame Sesha Nyaga. She's a trade and regional integration expert. Sesha, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Nana.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
And lastly, we are also joined by Mr. Leonard Kabona. He's the former country coordinator of UNCDF in the Pacific region. Leo, I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you got the name right. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you and we can also see you. Welcome and good afternoon.
Thank you.
Hope you are well.
Yes, I'm well.
Great. So, without much ado, let's just get straight into the discussion. And I'll start with Mr. Ghani, Eben. Yes. So, tell us about WeWire. We know WeWire operates at the heart of cross-border transactions. So, from your perspective, what are the biggest barriers to seamless digital payments across African borders today?
Hi, nice to be here. So WeWire, what we do is we help businesses with cross-border payments. We started a business in 2022 out of the challenge we saw businesses face trying to move money across border. And how we were able to achieve that is we saw there was increased volumes or liquidity on stable currencies. And whilst the bank didn't have liquidity, there was liquidity in the markets on stable currencies. So we tapped into that liquidity, found a way of using that to settle dollar payments, euro, GBP payments on behalf of our clients that were looking to buy goods offshore. So today we support businesses from anywhere from a business buying, importing fresh fruits, vegetables from Netherlands to someone importing hair for women from China and across border. So the question of how the barriers that we saw was because we are operating in the space that was like quite nascent in the market, there was no regulatory framework. Up until this year that the regulator has formally even come out to talk about stable currencies and talk about regulating the space and coming up with a framework. That's been 3 years of operating before the market is coming to board. So we had to seek out ways of navigating the space by going to Canada, seeking a license in Canadian market, because at the time they were the license, the only authority that was recognizing crypto and stable currencies in their framework. So we got that license and we were able to use that to operate today. So the barriers we face on the African continent is regulatory clarity in the different markets across this space. So we'll be working with regulators, trying to contribute to them and helping them shape regulation in the space.
Thank you, Eben. That's very interesting. I have a follow-up question, but I would go around and we'll come back because it's very interesting what you are doing, being able to use the stable currencies. And we'll be interested to understand a bit more how this works, because it's not akin to our usual trade that we understand, where everybody's using SWIFT, everybody's using other channels. So we'll be back to you. But let me come to you, Eric. E-commerce platforms rely heavily on efficient payments. We know that if your payments are not going through, if they are not being fulfilled instantly, people lose confidence. What gaps do you think there are in the digital infrastructure and that limits the SMEs from participating in regional trade?
Well, I mean, the operating word is settlement, and indeed, many merchants cannot afford N+1 day settlement. They are not big enough to be able to absorb the working capital crunch that comes with waiting for 24 hours or 48 hours before settlement comes through. Other economies have more innovative products. So sometimes the Amazons of this world and so on, they don't really settle real time. I mean, they don't settle real time to most merchants, but the merchants have other sources of working capital. So in our economy, it's a big issue, and it does call for some categorization and segmentation of the merchant ecosystem, so that some of the merchant settlements can operate as peer-to-peer payments, while the commission income would probably be split with the provider of the platform. And something has to be done to ensure that the merchants stay liquid, especially at the lowest tier of the market.
Interesting, Eric. So I know Eric may be going a bit technical, but basically what he's saying is within the e-commerce space, usually when you send your transactions or you pay and you carry your goods and the merchant has received his money, mostly they actually haven't received their money. They have to wait for something we call settlement. And sometimes that happens after 1 day, sometimes after 2 days. And if you don't have funds to be able to support yourself to bridge that gap, it becomes a challenge. And that brings us to the concept of, he mentioned instant settlements, because in Africa, we are looking at that, and I'm sure Eben will touch on how their platforms can enable instant settlements and some complex models that they have in the Western world that removes the need for settlement. And that's what Mr. Eric alluded to. Let me go to Eric. Do you want to?
I was going to say thank you for translation.
Yes. I'm simplifying it for the audience because sometimes we get a bit technical and they may lose us. Yes. Let me go to Leo online. Leo, you have vast experience in the Pacific region because of your work with UNCDF. Can you help us with some of the lessons on digital financial integration that Africa could adopt for regional success?
Yeah, thank you very much. I had the privilege of working across, I think, 19 countries in Africa before I moved to the Pacific. And at that particular time, I noticed that we began mostly as a market-led, market-driven digital finance transformation. So the fintechs were coming up, but it was purely market-driven. It was purely authentic and organic across the African market and region. And one feature that stood out then was the non-interoperability of the different solutions that were coming up. Each were coming up with their own unique models and systems, and they were rarely interoperable. I saw a difference in the Pacific because in the Pacific, the onset of digital finance transformation and the coming up of the fintechs began with the interoperability first approach, which was quite different from what we had in Africa at the beginning. So at that particular point, a key insight for us in Africa, which we are beginning to scale, is that we need to move away from the non-interoperable beginnings of systems like the M-Pesa one we had in Kenya to more or less interoperable systems. So, for example, mandating interoperability is an important policy aspect that we can adopt across regions and across the countries that we have. And secondly, also mandating shared digital utility is another area, shared infrastructure, shared data, shared information that can be able to help open up the digital financial interpretation space, and is a lesson that we can learn from the Pacific in Africa. I see countries coming up with it, their challenges, but if we can scale these two, mandating the shared digital utilities and mandating interoperability, it can go a long way. Over to you.
Yes, yes. Thanks, Leo. Interoperability is very, very important. Just last 2 weeks, I was in Kampala, and the discussion was all centered around, we had the regulator there, was all about enabling interoperability in that market. Within Ghana, we are fortunate to have interoperability because of the GIPS and what GIPS has done in making sure that you can now move across telcos and banks. And that brings me to my next question to Sesha, and Charles, will come to you afterwards. And Sesha, this is on the interoperability tangent. Looking at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we had the introduction of PAPs. We haven't seen the kind of uptake that we expected. And from your perspective, interoperability between African markets is very important, as Leo mentioned, and would enable us to scale. What policy shifts you think will be most critical to enable us to be able to do these cross-border transactions more seamlessly?
Thank you so much, Nana, for the question. Hoping that I'm very much audible. I think I would say from a trade and regional integration perspective, seamless cross-border digital finance isn't just a fintech problem. It is actually a policy architecture problem. Hence why you are asking me what shifts are more critical. And I think I'll actually highlight 2, if not 3 of those policy shifts. I believe firstly to adopt continental rules that will help elevate digital trade and cross-border payments. For instance, when we take the African Continental Free Trade Area and its digital trade protocol, which creates, I would say, a legal scaffolding for digital trade, and specifically it signals works on cross-border payments. It's one protocol that is actually driving us to digital IDs and having data transfers that at the end of the day will help with the rapid ratification and operational use of businesses and regulators that will have single preference points. I think next up I can talk more from African.
Hello, Shesa, are you still with us? Seems we are losing you a bit. Okay. We may have lost her temporarily. I'm sure she'll come back. And when she does come back, she would continue with her answer. But in the meantime, let's go to Charles. So Charles, this question of consumer trust, we must trust the system that we are using. I recollect last year when I was on this panel, the question of trust came. And my view on it was, whereas we try to build systems that cannot be penetrated by unscrupulous individuals, as we try to conduct the education that we keep saying, it's also important that in the use cases that we build use cases that are actually meeting the needs of those who are using it and solving the problems. And as they use it and it works for them, they are able to then tell others, and through that, it builds trust. But what is your take on how we can build practical steps that fintechs, banks, e-commerce platform can take to build this digital trust amongst African consumers?
Okay, so then I think you've stolen my introduction already. Yes, and trust, especially on the digital front, is the real currency. So Eben, right, is doing so well, and I believe that he employs smart contracts and all of that in what he's doing. However, how am I supposed to trust the fact that we are used to paying with cash? I need to see your face, give you money, and collect my goods and take away. But now you're saying I should sit in my house, and then at the press of a button, my money will leave my account and go somewhere that I don't see the money, and I should trust that I will receive whatever I've ordered for. That connection takes time, but then you should be able to give a certain level of assurance. So the first thing I'll talk about is that you should give physical visibility of trust. So your trust schemes should be visible. So then you should ensure that two-factor authentication is actually being seen by the consumer as happening. All right. OTPs are sent to the person's phone or emails or WhatsApp. Then the person knows that, okay, this platform I'm using is kind of trustworthy. The second thing I'll talk about is that we should own up to breaches. So in security, we have what we call the acceptable risk. So then whatever you do, some risk will happen. Some breaches are meant to happen, irrespective of whatever we put in place. We should begin to own up to it and work at correcting or pacifying the people involved. If we then move away from that and to shifting blames, all right, so it is you that didn't keep your password well. That is why you've lost this amount of money. Probably because you don't want to admit that your system was compromised. Then people begin to lose trust in that system. And so it may be embarrassing to do so, but you have to own up to whatever breaches that happen on your system, because you own up to them, you pacify the people, you build a trustworthy relationship with the people you're dealing with, and then ensure protection of data. I know we are all expecting this, but then for the benefit of those who do not know, fundamentals of security lies in ensuring confidentiality. And so please, whatever we're doing, we should ensure that data is protected at all times.
Thank you. Insightful on protecting our data.
Yes, sir.
I must say that I attended a session, and the submission was around all the education that's going around keep your data, protect yourself from fraudsters, protect yourself from being hacked. And we know they keep calling and trying to sending phishing emails and trying to get people. It tends to also rather scare those who should be using the platforms. And we know for some of our less sophisticated users, if you keep saying this platform and you keep announcing that fraudsters will attack you, they rather would avoid the platform.
Yeah.
So I align with you on building the controls in the system.
Yes.
So it's very secure and it gives them the confidence.
Yeah.
And not just focusing on just the people and asking them that keep your password, keep your data. Because hey, we are people. Sometimes you may not even notice. And some of these things can hit you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the submission.
Thank you.
Do we have the online guests back on? Okay. So whilst it's coming, we'll come back to Sesha to finish her submission. But let me come back to you, Eben. Also on the barriers to intra-African trade. From your perspective, how can public-private partnerships help address a trade finance gap on the continent? And maybe as you are touching on it, you can help with, if you can share, the technology that you use behind the movement of stable currency, whether it's DLT, etc. You can touch a bit on it. So, because it's more the new kids on the block, and we are interested to know how you are able to execute that. Yeah.
All right. So when it comes to movement of money or movement of liquidity across African markets, I always say we should look beyond the money movement. First of all is trade movement, because money moves when trade happens. There's a lot of trade barriers across our regional zone which hinders money movement. So for example, if goods are moving and they are being stopped at borders and being delayed and all those things, definitely, let me create this scenario. Money, for example, between Ghana and Nigeria, say you want trade to flow easily. It's like having two cups and one is, let's say, full, and you want the other glass to also get full. You have to pour the one cup into another. The moment it goes one direction, now that one gets empty and it has to be filled again. They have to always be balanced for trade to happen. So the reason why you may think things around people have research into PAPs is not really working is you go to a bank, the bank doesn't have liquidity. So then they are not able to offer liquidity. Why doesn't the bank have liquidity? Because if everyone is going to Ghanaian banks and wanting to pay money to Nigeria, who is paying from Nigeria to Ghana? There has to be a trade that will allow someone to pay from Nigeria to Ghana so that liquidity is balanced. So how do we fix that? We have to fix our trade barriers. So once those are fixed, liquidity will effectively move. You can't solve liquidity problem without fixing trade movement across Africa. Back to the question on the DLTs or the systems that we use. We are using public blockchains or other blockchains built by different businesses. So we leverage stable currencies like the USDT, USDC. So USDT is by a company called Tether, USDC is by a company called Circle. We are currently researching into or working on building local currency-backed stable currencies across different markets and bringing liquidity on-chain so that people can be able to move from one currency to another on-chain and make it easier.
Very, very, very interesting concept.
Wow.
And with the advent of the registration and possible regulation of the digital assets providers in Ghana, what it means is that such technology would now be able to be used seamlessly.
Yeah.
And we can use that to be transferring money cross-border quite seamlessly. And so it's very exciting what you are doing, Eben. Yes. Let me go back to Sesha, and then Eric, I'll come to you. Sesha, we lost you somewhere in the middle as you were submitting. I think we had some internet challenges. If you may want to finish your submission from where you left off, and possibly add on how the regional economic communities and national governments better coordinate to harmonize the payment systems and trade regulations. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Nana. Am I audible?
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Unfortunately, I don't even know where your internet lost me. But in answering the first question, I did highlight that seamless cross-border digital finance isn't just a fintech problem, hence why we are seated here today. It is actually a policy architecture problem. And for us to solve that problem, we need, looking at the fact that African countries have accepted the African Continental Free Trade Area, we now need to adopt the continental rules for digital trade and cross-border payments. This is now me speaking to the After Digital Trade Protocol, which creates the legal scaffolding for digital trade, and specifically it signals work on cross-border payments, on digital IDs and the likes. So with these movements, we will then need a rapid ratification to this particular protocol and operational rules so that businesses have single reference points. And then secondly, I spoke of the importance of countries moving from the historic bilateral ad hoc arrangements to maybe compatible standard-based payment systems. You know, looking into the Pan-African payment settlement system, we are already in the right direction. What is left for us is to accelerate it and leverage its production as well as its implementation. And then the last point in policy shift, I would say, it is very crucial for us to harmonize very important rules with proportionality for fintechs. This is to say regulators must balance financial stability with innovation by creating reciprocity in terms of KYCs, in terms of liquidity expectation that was aforementioned by the speaker just delivered their submission. And this would help us to prevent regulatory arbitrage while also allowing for low-value cross-border flows to move quickly. And now delving into how our RECs and national governments can coordinate to harmonize payment systems, I think it is very first important for me to highlight that there's both two entities need to work hand in hand as partners and not competitors, because neither regional economic communities alone or national governments alone are going to be able to do it. So I think at the level of regional economic communities, they should at least work on publishing master plans that will map out how national rails will, you know, integrate into sequencing pilots maybe to try and figure out which particular technical roadmap and timeline is suitable. And I think also we can use our regional economic community platforms to pilot and scale up building blocks. This is to actually say, in as much as we are speaking of regional integration, there is very much importance for us to focus on the main problem, which is sovereignty. If we are to give up part of our sovereignty, then it means we are willing, and we can therefore test local currency settlement and probably the shared KYC registries. And this would actually reduce the risks such as political ones, which will also help make the wins visible. I think we can also talk of institutionalized, what can I call it? Institutionalized cross-level governance, where we establish joint REC national steering committees with the private sector representation to also try bring in the element of inclusivity to align technical, legal, and fiscal questions in the process. With that being said, I would love to believe that I've answered to your questions, Nana. Thank
Yes,
you.
you have. Yes, you have. Quite a lot that you've said, especially on the sovereignty. We live in an African continent where I was reading somewhere just this week that you can actually fit the USA, Europe, Asia, and probably Australia into Africa. Yet within Africa, we don't trust each other.
No.
So Ghana doesn't trust Togo, and Togo doesn't trust Benin, and all three don't trust Burkina Faso, and now we don't trust Cote d'Ivoire. And within us, ourselves, we can't even trust ourselves to collaborate.
Yeah.
And what Eben said earlier, imagine you are transporting something across the border from Ghana to Burkina Faso. You sent money, the person has sent money to buy goods. You received it in Accra. We have a very good interoperable system. Now you're supposed to transport the goods by truck to the person in Ouagadougou. Between Accra and Ouagadougou, the number of checkpoints and customs centers and police that they'll meet, he will keep paying and keep paying and keep paying. And when he gets to the border between Ghana and Burkina, he's still going to pay. So then that cost is now factored in the cost of goods. And that is also a hidden cost in the cost of the interoperable transfer, because that has to come in, and it makes it more expensive and easier for you to bring goods from outside. If we didn't have these border restrictions, we could just be moving goods along, and once goods can flow, definitely the payments will follow. And so the issue of sovereignty and the border restrictions is a very important thing. And I think as Africans, we must look at it. We've been trying integration in West Africa for a while, West African Monetary Institute. We haven't been able to figure it out. And maybe that is the new shift that we need. Yes. I'll come to you, Eben. And sorry, panel, if I'm stealing the discussion, but I also have a lot of views. I was originally supposed to be part of you. No, so, Eric, what policy innovation do you think could best support homegrown African e-commerce players to compete regionally and globally? I know you've been waiting for this question because a lot of people look up to regulators to say regulators should do something to get us. But in your view, what do you think we can do to, support these institutes to go global?
You see, when you and Sesha were engaging, I was remembering the 2 years of my life when I was a banker like yourself. And I always felt like that industry was not for me, because I am trained by factories in manufacturing. I'm trained by IT operations in telecoms. And for 10 years, I was leading the sales force of MTN. And we were moving things. I believe that, policies are necessary, state actors are necessary, regional groupings are necessary, sovereignty is important, regulators are important. But I think that everywhere in the world, when you wait for these entities, nothing happens. If you go to Silicon Valley or you go to Waterloo in Canada or you go to certain innovation hubs, they are very aware of regulators, but that is not the waiting variable for things to happen. So e-commerce in Africa must happen. And the way we did mobile money was to do it and question later. I don't remember too many meetings where me as head of sales was at the Bank of Ghana. I remember meeting Addison twice. Well, I use Addison because that was the period. But I think that it's very important that for e-commerce as well, that approach is adopted. We need to register the sub-merchants. And I call them sub-merchants because that is the informal sector. When you go to Abose Okain today, they have something that they call ECAM. ECAM is like in Chi, a court, the mechanic has rejected the part. ECAM is a big issue for the spare parts trader because the mechanic has to accept the part. And at that time when that has been done, where is the money? Because you called me, you said you need this part. I sent you that part. You are with the customer. All day, I believe I've sold this part. So people are asking me for it, and I say, oh, it has been sold. And then now at 6 p.m., you bring it back. Where's the money? What compensation do I have for the whole, So escrows are needed. That's why Bruno was created. And those were reviews that we did based on the fintech ecosystem we have today and what are the gaps that are in place. So I think regulators must ensure sanity, integrity, trust, the variables, security. But innovation is from engineers. When I leave here, I'll go to the Ghana Institution of Engineers. We have a session there at 5 p.m. And we have to get things going. And then when things are done, we make sure that they work in a safe environment. We make sure that they support the sovereignty that we are looking for. But we believe too much in waiting for the public sector to lead us in our part of the world, and it doesn't make things happen. I hope I've not disappointed the questioner.
Not at all, not at all. I mean, imagine Eben was waiting for regulation. This innovation would have been sitting on the shelf somewhere. Yeah. And regulation is usually behind innovation. And I usually say, when you innovate so much, you force regulation to align, because now they have no choice than to find a regulation to fit you in. But if you are not innovating and you leave it to the regulation will get lazy. And so we have to constantly be innovating and coming up with new solutions and getting them to be on their toes. Yes. And thank you, Eric, for that very, very insightful take. The power is in our hands and not in the hands of the regulator. Leo, I'll come back to you, and then we'll do Charles, and then we'll come to the audience for any questions you may have. I know you may have a number of questions, and then we can round up the session. So, Leo, in line with, continuing from where Eric left off, he spoke a lot about the meeting the people at the bottom of pyramid, the people in the Abuso kind, the people in the markets. What are some of the frameworks from the work that you've done that you think we can use to allow digital financial inclusion to reach vulnerable groups, women, youth, within regional integration? Are there some frameworks that you have become exposed to that we can adopt?
Yeah, and probably answer this with some of the practical ones that we have seen and worked with. During the discussion, there was a talk about embedded finance, the panel that came before us, and the utilization of things like super apps, utilization of specialized software platforms, banking as a service that brings together other different services into one app that can be used. I have seen that becoming such an enabler of scaling inclusion, particularly to vulnerable groups. And specific example, I remember when I was in Berlin, I met an app called Solaris, and they had included providers of bank accounts despite being an unbanked app. They also, in Kenya here, we also have the legendary M-Pesa that also introduced microloans in partnership with the banks, with them. And that has brought in millions of people that were once locked out into the framework. Number two, we've also, and this one, both in Africa and in Asia, I've seen it, the digital G2P payments, the government to person payment. So an example, you are sending social welfare to the people who are the old or persons with disability, or you are distributing pension payments, or you are giving up emergency relief directly into the mobile or to the digital accounts. And this one has mostly forced, given a soft nudge for many millions of people to join. I remember during the COVID time, when it was beginning to wane out, I visited Ghana, and there were payments that had begun to be done via mobile, the direct benefit transfers, which also brought in a lot of people into the fold. Another thing I've seen is the use of RegTech and SupTech. And what I mean by this is the regulatory technology and also a supervisory technology. And the impact of this mostly has been to lower the cost of compliance, that is from the supply side. So they use technology to meet complex regulatory demands faster and cheaper. And that has lowered the cost of some of the products that have been used and enabled a lot of more vulnerable groups to benefit from digital finance. But on the demand side, SupTech and supervisory technology has been used to help monitor aspects in real time. And this has really also helped with being able to identify new groups and segments that have been left out, and the common mantra, leaving no one behind, is better achieved through this. And then finally, probably speak about an API-driven kind of system, and I'm talking about the Jumos of this world, the buy now, pay later, where you code and you automate decisions that would otherwise have required direct human involvement, that's reducing the time needed, cost, etc. And here specifically, the now common use of alternative data, where we now see the use of behavior to let it provide services, as opposed to collateral, which has been a major impediment to many people. So these are some of the aspects that I have seen working, and this one I almost forgot, which I think is very, very, very impactful. These are digital literacy partnerships, large-scale partnerships that are purely geared towards unlocking large-scale digital literacy, mostly done between the multilaterals, development partners, private sector, and government. So mostly tripartite agreements and partnerships have also been very key in enabling these particular and unlocking, inclusion to the vulnerable groups, the unreached, the underserved, etc., etc. Over to you.
Yes, thanks, Leo. And I think it's very important that as we look at the payments and how we facilitate e-commerce and transfers, on how we are affecting sustainability. And this is where being able to target providing these solutions to youth, women, the underserved. You mentioned something about the alternative credit scoring that looks at the thin file customers, government to individual payments that we can use for disbursements. All of these are ways in which we should look at using some of these technologies to actually do good. And I think what's more important is not only about the money you make, it's not only about connecting people, but all of these platforms should be able to do good and get people to come out of poverty and help to improve people's economic lives. Charles, I know Eben shared something interesting about what they are doing. When we look at all of these, the advent of these new technologies, blockchain, CDBCs, AI is now coming up. Everywhere you pass, everyone is talking about AI. From your security and audit lens, as the founder of Cheyu Secure X, what readiness gaps do you think Africa must close? Do you think we are ready? Are we ready for these technologies? People still talk about connectivity, and at some locations, their phones not working. Are we ready for all of these wonderful technological advancements?
Well, we established in the earlier panel that Africa can stand ready. Africa doesn't lack talent. See, if you hear the things Eben is talking about, wild things. One thing I find challenging, I've been saying it, I think 3 weeks ago, when we met at the 30th anniversary of Internet in Ghana, I asked that question. All right, so then we're supposed to be trading all these wonderful ideas in a system. I'm trying not to be too technical for the sake of our audience. In a system that, and so let's pick, for example, when you go to Europe, once you enter the domain, you know that there's GDPR for you. Irrespective of which country you find yourself within the European market, there's GDPR. Let's come to Africa. So I moved from Malawi to Ghana. 2 different countries, 2 different sets of regulations I have to adhere to or comply with. So let's assume you are building a tool, Fintech, whatever tool, that must stay compliant. And you want to fly it across Africa. How then do you integrate these security compliance systems on whatever you are building? And so there's a challenge. That is a current challenge I'm facing with 2 companies I'm advising for. And we're at a standstill because then the cost of even the R&D alone is shooting. And so then we'll have, it stifles development, it stifles growth. And so if we can come together as Africa and have a standardized, I mentioned it earlier, the Malabo Convention, out of 55 countries, only 16 have signed to it. What are we doing to up across Africa? If identity could be stolen in Ghana, imagine you are connecting systems across all over Africa without standardized frameworks to adhere to. So I think that, for me, because of our time, I'll want to limit it to that and pray that we stress that a lot, that this should be our focus of conversation for Africa. Standardized frameworks coming together to build a harmonized system where we can operate freely in Africa. Unless we do not want to really trade amongst ourselves, this African continental trade arrangement is just something on paper. If we want to operationalize it, we need to central banks should begin to talk to central banks. Government should begin to talk to governments. And let's have the things rolling.
Yeah. Thanks, Charles. And it's amazing. I was reading last week about one of the Eastern European countries that wants to join the EU bloc. And there's actually been a 20-year wait time to actually join the EU. So in other jurisdictions, people want to join an integrated group so that they can together advocate, trade seamlessly, and prosper together. Here in Africa, we seem to be begging our own friends, and when you go to the border, families live across the border, and it becomes amazing, and people have to wait 20, 25 years to join blocks. Here, we are trying to integrate, and we are open. We want people to join, and they don't want to. But at this point, I'll come to our wonderful audience. I know we've been boring you with our discussion, and we would like to also hear from you if there are any questions before we take closing remarks from the panel. Any questions? I think let me give you my mic. You have a mic that can go.
All right, thank you very much. My question has to do with the digital trust. Charles mentioned some few items, which OTP, two-factor verification, and then protection of data. I want to understand how can accountability among the players, the customer, and the regulator help in building up this digital trust we are talking about?
How can accountability between the regulator, the players, and the customers?
Yeah.
Okay. So, first off, we need to have regulation. That's the first ground rule. If we're talking about trust and you are building trust, on what standard are you building the trust on? And so what is the measuring tape for the trust? And so then there should be a standard you are going to measure your trust mechanism with. Now, when that trust is established, you, the institution or the player, should be accountable, first of all, to yourself, to want to adhere to that trust. Let me ask a question. How many institutions in this country, let's not go outside, have internal security auditors? Right, so that once your cybersecurity or IT team has fixed or whatever, there is internal control measures that audits periodically. Just now, before we came in here, I was advising someone on internal security systems and audit systems they are put in place. Now, if you cannot afford to do that internally, then you don't take yourself seriously, not to talk of your customer. And so there's a regulation. There's you, the player, deciding to abide by the regulation. That is compliance. And then there is enforcement and fines, again, from the regulator. Last month, Google paid 325 million euros to the French government for GDPR non-compliance. Now, if you are, and the previous year they paid 200 million to the UK government. So in 2 years, Google has lost 525 million euros just for breaching GDPR. Let's assume our regulators begin to fine same in the African continent. He says we beg. But then the question is, we will sit up. We will begin, if the volumes are not that huge, but then you know that the regulators are cracking the whip, And so I must sit up. I go to, let me end with this. I go to a health institution. I pitch my service to them pro bono. Pro bono. And they still feel they are doing me a favor by bringing on the services of a security analyst for their system. That is how unfortunate the systems are. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to not make the conversation everything digital, because usually when you see we are talking or regulators are talking, whoever is talking, they say, oh, you digital boys are doing A, B, C, D. Every time you're putting blame on digital. But let's take a step back. You go to a bank for a checkbook, go to a bank for something, you go to an office, you go here. What do they give you? A book. And I can see the names of whoever has come to collect a checkbook. Isn't that data breach? So the traditional ways of doing things, we have so many vulnerabilities that we already don't practice data protection or security in our traditional business. So then you translate that same behavior online. Online is just a reflection of what you're already doing. I'm here speaking on a microphone to a group of people in the room. If I want to speak to 10,000 people, they might not be in the room, so I'll communicate online. It's still fundamentally, it's communication I'm doing. The technology is just helping me reach a larger audience. So we have to think about security from that point.
If I may say so.
The question has really got a lot of comments.
So, you know, at lunchtime, I was talking to, I believe you introduced me to Dr. Reggie. And the reason I was talking to him is he teaches, I think, HR. And I was saying to Dr. Senna that I believe the creation of the ecosystem for fintech in Ghana, we did not change much infrastructure. 2015, I remember personally presiding over a meeting where we flipped the platform from a vendor called Fandamo to the Ericsson platform. But there were not major changes of that nature. But what it was a talent journey where you sent people to Namibia, you sent people to Botswana, Afghanistan, Zambia, to go and drown in the deep end and recover, so that when they come back, they are tested leaders. We promoted people and gave them responsibilities that they could not have imagined. But in the process, there was a certain core that was built, which was so confident that across Ghana, they could go to any layer of the society and take decisions that would make the ecosystem scale. What am I referring to? Security. I feel as if breaches are in people. Breaches are cultural. And I was trained by manufacturing, like I said. When I was doing national service at Valco, they told me an accident is always attributable to an actor. They were never going to accept that equipment failed and somebody got hurt. No. Then some maintenance was not done. Yeah. Or something happened, and a human being has to be responsible. And likewise with breaches. And the training that people have, it is interesting, he talks about Tether, he talks about Circle, he talks about, so when he's talking about multinational corporations that have put platforms in place that are now becoming the global distributed ledger that everybody is using. So Ghana, Africa, everybody else, like I'm saying, we can forever blame the cabinet, the parliament, the judiciary, and all that. And because a lot of them owe their mandate to the public, they cannot be rude to us. If you blame them, they will also explain. And we will all have a say at going at each other. But nothing will happen. For things to happen, I still remember Minsha Palace. I always use that example. We sat down, we looked at the fact that we were a multinational corporation. We could not justify contributing to a lot of heritage activities. But what could we do? We could put mobile broadband in the courtyard. We could put Wi-Fi inside the palace. We could justify certain sporting activities that were lifting the brand and the profile of the place. So as a result of that, you find that adoption of the fintech within the Ashanti region was very quick. A lot of people don't know that we drew the scratch card over there before Accra. Accra adoption is very slow. Over here, the same way we argue in this room, that's how they argue at Mokola and everywhere else. Accra is not easy at all, but we did it. But in certain places, it went quicker. Upper West region, you will be surprised. The speed at which innovation flies, smartphones and so on and so forth. So we needed to know our people and do what needed to be done for them. And that way, security, adoption of the continental protocols for settlement, all of that must come from the actors. We must do it. And then at the end of the day, we apply for the covenants.
Yeah, not actually a follow-up question, but a separate question on this. Listening to you, understand that the most complex thing when it comes to cross-border fintech ecosystem has to do with sovereignty from each country. And then you mentioned checkpoints, border, all those kind of things. I work with a company, some company, and I noticed that they take their GDPR seriously. I mean, when you are dealing with even a customer, you are assisting a customer with a certain issue, you are extremely careful with the kind of information you are giving to the customer. In fact, at the end of the day, even after giving the customer the information, you noticed yourself that this information has breached that policy, you will fire yourself before they even step in. So that's how serious they have taken, what do you call it, their GDPR policies. My question is, Africa, we are struggling to have that coordinated or standardized platform to enable the fintech to operate across borders. Could it be lack of interest from the various governments in pushing for that particular policy to enable them to come to a consensus that this is what we want to do? Otherwise, I don't know. I'm really struggling to understand what is really causing this whole thing, because I mean, in the presentation, it looks very complicated. It's not easy, straightforward. I mean, because the scenario you gave, transporting the goods from Accra, you have to pay all this thing, and the receiver has to spread the cost of paying all this thing on the goods as the final price of it. It becomes a bit complex. So is it the case of lack of commitment or lack of understanding to what you call cross-border or standardizing the, what do you call it, the data protection kind of thing in Africa? Thank you.
So I got special permission to comment. But you see, I think when I started, I talked about settlement. And Eben has spoken at length about it. That at the end of the day, if you transfer cedis to a trader in Guinea, is that CF? No, I don't know the currency there. But as long as you are paying that guy and the Guineans do not need anything from Ghana, we are going to settle through the US dollar. Otherwise, what is going to happen? I mean, are we going to keep giving them cedis, and then what is going to happen? They are going to say, put it in dollars so that we can all, benefit from it. Maybe they want to trade with Kenya, and there has to be a net position that is beneficial to everybody, and that is why I lived in Europe for 5 years, in the Netherlands. Regulation is the mantra of Europe. That's why I was laughing when he said Google has been fined Europe has fined and fined and fined. Has Europe created a platform? I don't know it. When you check online right now, they'll tell you Spotify. Or maybe they will talk about booking.com. But these are not major platforms. It is China and the United States that are creating platforms. Because the European example might actually be something that is becoming a bitter cake nowadays. And if we want to be able to disrupt, because that is what we need. We need to be able to do things that are unique to Africa and that they work for Africa. And that is why it is important that we get up, if it is Flutterwave, if it is Paystar, if it is, the technology is in place and it works. There are rails that are used by banks. So the infrastructure is in place. What is not in place is the know-how and the liquidity for these arrangements that we talk about. What Eben referred to is a lot of work. You remember he said trading and logistics has to be happening in parallel with everything. Because for these things to happen so that the net positions will be beneficial to both parties, it is easier said than done. But it could mean something like stop drinking Brazilian coffee and give Ghana a chance to supply you from Kawamoka. You know, and these things are easier to say than to do. So we need to be doing as opposed to asking, because trust me, if you go into the office of the Minister of Finance today and you say you are an innovator trying to move this business and you want them to send certain bills to Parliament for you to make it easier, this conversation can take the next 2 decades. You know, we are talking about micro activity which we want to address with macro policy, you know. But we need to be more agile, we need to do things with the things that work. And then as a result of that, we see that, well, in certain particular sectors, you know, in mobile money, in my last comment, in mobile money we identified what we called trading corridors. So the trading corridor would mean that somebody would tell you that they are bringing copra or coconut from the western region to Kumasi. Along that route, you immediately put mobile money agents. And then you tell the person coming that there are armed robbers on the road. So please, load all your money at the beginning. It is practical, right? Load at the beginning. I'll give you a merchant at the very end who has the liquidity. Okay. So my branch in Cantamanto, we had to put bank tellers there with a lot of liquidity because the traders are terminating. As soon as they get out of the bus, they come. So you're always withdrawing from that place. So you need a lot of liquidity over there. But probably you didn't need that much liquidity at the start. And that is rebalancing for the, you know, I'm so grateful to EcoBank, but that's another story. That's where you work, right? Day 2, Fidelity, EcoBank, and Zenith. The 3 of them understood, but I'm not allowed to endorse, am I?
Okay, do you have any more questions? Okay. For our panelists online, we haven't forgotten about you. Do you have any contributions you want to make to the ongoing discussion? Sasha Leo?
Well, from my side, I would say I so much believe that what is holding Africa back from integrating either at a regional level or continental level is sovereignty. And believe you me, sovereignty is anything huge. I believe sovereignty is one person seated in an office, one person seated at the border, deciding that they are going to just make the process tedious and hard for the next person. So instead of saying sovereignty, we can also say there is lack of political will. And it's like each member state, even within our regions, we are more focused on our national interests, which many a times contradict each other. If what Botswana wants is not what Zambia wants, then what are we doing in SADC? You get it. If at all we can't abide to, for instance, the rand as the tradable currency in the region, then when are we going to reach the settlement level of integration or fintech? When are we going to get there? So I believe in as much as this continental framework is here now and we have to leverage it, there's still a lot of work we need to do at a national level and at regional level. And it will definitely take a lot of time. Probably Agenda 2063 will even come to an end whilst we are trying to figure out how to, forgo the challenge of political will and for us to become one united Africa that will be more progressive and effective. That will be my comment.
Thanks, Jessa. Thanks. Very, very, very insightful. Leo, do you want to make some comments? Closing remarks?
Yeah, maybe just some quick final comments about something that I see as becoming very interesting and which might interest the academia and the community there, about the funding that is moving towards impact investment and also funding that is going towards innovation, tech leveraged integrations, those two. And for some time now, we have seen that most of the funding has been around and capital has been moving around projects. We are seeing now movements of funding towards regional-based kind of projects that are not just single countries. So if you look at the EU 2028, 2034 strategy, you will see that coming up. If you look at many of the syndicated pools and others, you'll also see the multi-country focus is coming in. So really encouraging our fintechs and our innovators and academia to think through how then can they be able to provide multi-country viable investable projects and commercial entities as opposed to single country small market. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you, Lo, Mr. Lo Kambona, thank you. So I'll take my panel here, the guys here physically. We'll start with Charles. Any last comments, closing remarks?
Okay, I think yesterday, one of the highlights was the fact that you can be very literate and still be security or financial illiterate. And so then there was an example of a PhD holder that fell victim to a social engineering scam. You don't think a PhD holder should fall victim to a social engineering scam. However, his area of study is different from the security consciousness and his awareness. And so where we're going, I want everybody here to at least begin to understand the fundamentals of protecting yourself on the digital space. What I need to do when I'm online, what I do not need to do when I'm online. That is your first line of defense. And so like he was saying, systems don't cause the problems. The weakest links in most of the security issues are the human factors. And so I think yesterday I was having a conversation with somebody and saying, in a cybersecurity tooling company, they conducted a phishing stimulation, and 50% of their staff failed. A cybersecurity tooling company. So imagine you carry this to another institution. Everybody. And so we have to, this is no longer an option. Security is no longer I don't want to like, or I don't feel like learning it. Once you are interacting on the internet, doing whatever, it may not even be business. You have to begin to learn of how to protect yourself online. And I think we'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Charles. It reminded me of, we're trying to investigate how some of these fraudsters who make their random calls and try to get people funds sent to them, how they're able to know the wallets that have funds. And one of the things we discovered was that when some of these unscrupulous individuals go to cash out points to take out cash, as usually they'll write the information in the notebook. So they are looking at the notebook to see who just came. Probably the person who just came before them or the person before that. And as they look, sometimes they have their phones and they take a photo. So that's how come for some people, you may have realized that you go and do a cash out or you go and put money in your wallet, and immediately after, someone calls you and they are trying to scam you. And so even from that point, we are being lax about how we are securing the data. And that is the same behavior, as Eben said, you might translate to an online platform. But let's hear some more inspiring words from Eric.
Well, I mean, all I can add at this stage is that for the system to work, we must stop discussing the laws and the procedures. We must name people. We must say that when you try to clear things from this port, Kofi Puna sitting over there will ask for bribe. Then we can get rid of that person and then the system will work. But I feel we don't do that. And we continue to, I mean, I was arrested at Accra Newtown by Chief Inspector Shine. And I don't like the fact that he arrested me. These are conversations that when you have, people say, hey, what boniding? So to clean the system, and I'm saying this because those are the only platform I still see is the Fintech one. I mean, AgTech, HealthTech are coming up. In fact, they are quite mature, but they are adjacent to what we are talking about. And they still need the support. And for those things to work properly, trust me, I know Desmond Coney very well, Complete Farmer. I know Aloysius, Farmer Line, and so on. And so. When you talk to them, you can feel fire. They don't want people to stand in their way because the produce must move. Things must happen. And they mention names. That this person is a barrier, that person is helping. That is the only way we can move the system forward. We cannot continue to say we are talking about something abstract and generic and reframing it. No. There are people, there are bad nuts in it who need to be moved out for the thing to move. And then there are good people in it who need to be moved, into positions of more influence and leadership. And that is the way to do it. That's the only thing I have.
Thank you, Eric. Eben, your last comments to take us home.
Yeah, my last comment is let's all learn more about the digital space. Let's all learn. Right now, we can use YouTube, we can use ChatGPT and all the like to learn about things. You can let it summarize broad topics for you. So I think we should be more of searching for information rather than being fed information, because trust me, if we as a company, we do marketing, we do education. Every company does education, but there will be bias in the education. If you are learning yourself, you can filter the bias of every company and know where the truth is.
Yeah. Thank you, Eben. So this brings us to the end of our discussion. We hope we've engaged you and it was very interesting and entertaining. And so we leave you with the underlying theme. The power is in our hands. We don't wait for the regulator. It's actually in our hands to be able to ensure that cross-border trade within Africa, interoperability, e-commerce, and payments is well facilitated and we can grow our economy. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. E-commerce, cross-border payments, theme and session. So we'll be taking pictures. Eric, come back here. We'll be taking pictures with the business faculty. Anyone from the business faculty here? Join us. Let's take pictures. It's our VP joining us. Okay. Yes, thank you very much. It's been a full load of 2 days at the Fintech for Inclusion Africa Summit. And we've come to the end of the session for 2 days. I think we deserve another round of applause. Yes, so next, I'm going to call on our Vice President for Academics to give a closing remarks for this conference. Thank you very much.
So good evening, everyone. So anytime Dr. Mark asks me to do this, I like to hear from you. How has it been for you? So I came in at various points and left, but you were in. So how has it been for you? And I would like to hear from one person on this side and then one person on this side. What has been your biggest takeaway and what are you going to do different from here?
Who is ready to speak?
Yes. So thank you. I must say I'm impressed by the discussions that have ensued since yesterday and today. And the brains, the expertise. Father, I'm not here to make any comment from where I'm coming from, but you see, I'm carrying everybody to the regulator. So we'll look at what have been discussed here. I must say, I'm impressed. But then another bit too, I'm sad. Because it's a lot of information that have been churned out. And I'm wondering who's going to lead to actualize all that we have just said. Policy-wise, regulation, fintech, who is going to lead? Because let me just ask, at the end of this session, is ACademicITY going to issue a communique? I don't know how you do your things, outlining all these challenges, what we all got to do when it comes to regional level and then Africa. What are we going to do? Because I saw a lot of things. Where I'm coming from, I have information of myself because we look at all the financial, so we know. And I'm looking at what is before us. How can we get there? Who's going to lead? For us to get to what we have to do. We are saying the paths, there are challenges. Who's going to fix that? I'm wondering, go to the borders. I myself am a pastor. I have a church in Benin and Togo. When I'm crossing to go and do church, the wahala I'll go through at the border, I tell you.
And you are just importing your body in and out.
All right, so understand what is going on. From a flower border to Togo border to Benin and back with my team on mission, go on missions. And you see, and sometimes I can cry. I said, what kind of thing is this? Given the long vehicles that are even going there and stuff like that, that one, I don't go into that. So it's going to be my prayer that at least ACademicITY will issue a communique at the end of this session to maybe the policymakers, the Ministry of Finance and Trade and all that, those port, I'm afraid of port, let's put it out there. One day somebody will rise up to the occasion and fix it. We will do our bit. I've done 27 years where I am now. I've lost a few to retire, but having gotten this one, I'm going to push what I can push because I've learned a lot. I handle complaints all over the country. In all banks, the digital complaint and all that. So I know what, all right. So I'm happy. Let me congratulate ACademicIty, Telecel, and Glyco, and GCB for partnering with ACademicIty. I don't want it to assign this one to be like academic something. It shouldn't be academic exercise. Yeah. But then let's champion this one as a nationwide thing. It all brings solution to us. Inclusivity, financial inclusion is what would go. Digital transformation is where we need to go. And I want to doff my hat for you, ACademicIty, and for all the experts that brought on board to make justice to this particular subject. And thank you so very much. I'm grateful.
Thank you so much. You know, sometimes you ask for something and you feel like you've bitten more than you can chew. Why did I ask a pastor to give, so he summarized my closing remarks, but we'll see. There are always miracles in the box. Please, on this side. Yes, please. There's a hand here.
Good evening once again. This has been such an impactful summit. Thank you, ACademicIty, for actually hosting this. And I'm able to learn a lot concerning finances and business and how technology is taking over every aspect of our lives, globally, geographically, wherever we find ourselves. So we have to do our due diligence and make sure that we don't fall victims to cybersecurity and the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So at least I wasn't the only one who learned a lot, which is good to know. So I'll tell you a story about two Kwabines in my life. It's my son. So one of the days I had money on me that I needed to load onto my Momo wallet. So I was with my son in the car, and then we parked, I checked, and then I went to the vendor and I came back. I was like, Mama, where's the money? I was like, oh, I've put it on my wallet. So you've given your money away? I was like, no, it's on my wallet. And he's 11. Like, no, it's on my wallet now. Okay, so you can use this one to buy, he needed something for me. I said yes. And he said, okay. We moved, and then he asked again, so where did you say the money was? So I showed him my balance, and I said, you see, it's actually here. And so he said, so when we go to this person, are you going to pay for it? I said, yes. We paid, he saw it, he said, okay. So at least he knew his money wasn't lost. Now, the other Kwabna in my life will call me and say, I just got a call from this person. They are saying this, or I just got this text, and I'm scared, and I don't want to even use mobile money. So one of the days, he actually called me and said, can you take mobile money off my phone now? Because I'm afraid they will take my money. And it's been a lot of conversation to assure him, just don't click on anything, ignore them, don't mind them, no one has sent money to you. But it's a continuous thing, right? And I cite these two Kwabnes to buttress one of the points that I've heard us make over and over and over, education awareness. We can't go without that. And on the last panel, I think you mentioned that a PhD holder was, lost, PhD building technology. What do I know about? So it's not really an educational level thing, but it is the awareness of what security is in the cyberspace and how we can protect ourselves in the cyberspace. Because fundamentally, if we can't do that, then all this trust and all these innovations and all of that don't really add up to anything, because I am scared of the system. I don't know where my money is going to. If I use it to transact, I don't know if it will actually get to the destination. And these are very basic. For you experts, it's basic, fundamental. But for us who are just users, it's a big deal, right? Okay, so that's one side of it. Now, the other side of what I have enjoyed here a lot has been this conversation around the micro, the meso, and the macro components of all of this. And yesterday, we did talk about the tripartite and how we can't just say that it's the individuals who are doing their thing, or it's industry that is doing its thing, or policymakers and regulators who are doing their thing, but the need for us to work together. And I guess that's where academic institutions like us, sort of in the middle, come to connect everyone by creating platforms like this for you to come together to have conversation. In there as well, I think part of our responsibility is to ensure that my two Kwabners are aware and they know. And for me, those two Kwabners represent, two generations, right? My dad is like 82 and my son is 11. So this is me sitting in the middle trying to convince these two that it's okay, right? So we have the responsibility of educating, ensuring that the awareness is created and people know that, this is what financial technologies mean, this is what business innovations mean, this is how it connects together, but very importantly as well, this is how these stakeholders or players in there are together enabling an environment that can push and propel development for us as a continent. On this last panel again, there was a lot of conversation around Africa and our challenges. I hear you on the fact that you can always blame it on someone. I like to say that if that meeting wasn't had in Berlin in 18 whatnot for them to decide that my mother's village between Ghana and Togo are supposed to be in two countries, would have been better off, right? Because we are not two countries, we're actually one family. And literally, my mother's village is in half. One is in Ghana, the other half is in Togo, right? But those boundaries have been imposed on us for so long. But I guess the onus is also on us now. With everything that we know and where we are in our own development, we need to find, and that has come out strongly as well, ways of minimizing these boundaries so that we can cross these boundaries for our own growth development and to achieve what we need to achieve. The last moderator said last week he realized a lot of continents can fit into Africa. I was sitting there, I was like, oh, just last week, we are stronger and more powerful than we actually are. But there's a bit of intentionality in structuring some of these things to ensure that we are where we are. So through these dialogues, through these conversations, these realizations, etc., it's very important that we actually action. So who is going to action? And that's where Dr. Mark, if we don't see an output from this, next year we won't come for your summit. And Dr. Mark?
Sure.
Thank you very much. I wanted that commitment from you. So basically what I want to see, the business faculty, you've been coming here smiling, taking pictures nicely. What I want to see from you is you giving us white papers, blueprints, whatnot, policy papers, what briefs, etc., that we can take to the various stakeholders and say that this is the outcome of the conversations that we've been having here. And it's not just at the policy level, but also at the innovators level, so that the innovators also understand what is coming up from conversations like this, what they need to be mindful of, and what they can leverage. And so I'm throwing it back at you. We have come, we've had our conversations, but we need you to take this beyond just a conversation, to materialize it a little bit, so that we can all together go out there and impact and make a change. Because otherwise, then there's no point in coming together to have conversation again, because we talk and nothing happens. And that's what academia is noted for, but that is not what Academic City is noted for. And so I'm calling on you to ensure that we don't become regular academia, but we are Academic City, and everything that happens here impacts and makes a difference, so we can trace these conversations to some changes that would occur. So that is on you. On the back of that, I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thanks for staying with us. Those who are online, I think we've lost everyone by now. Thanks to them. Marketing will send them a thank you message as well. To the team that put this together, I don't know how you do it. It's almost like a miracle. You make it happen. I sit back and I listen and I question, but you actually materialize it. So thank you, Dr. Mark, Prof. Enoch, the business administration team. We are very grateful. Next year, I want to see more of the computational sciences and informatics folk in these conversations as well. And I trust that you make it happen since you are smiling. You're not smiling, but in my heart, I can feel you smile. So thank you very much for smiling at that. But really, to all the support staff as well, thank you so much. IT, McCarthy and crew, marketing, our ushers, everyone who supported to make this happen. Please tell Nelly I said a special thank you to her for pulling things together for us. We are always grateful. And very importantly to Academic City, because we supported financially as well. GCB, Glyco, Telecel came in the last minute, but they were, our biggest sponsor, which is very appreciated. And then Leshego, I don't want to forget you. We need more support. One of the things we are trying not to do is to prevent people from attending because they can't afford to be here. Now, what that means is that we need other sources of funding. So some people do pay to come here, but others don't as well. So if there are ways in which you know that we can, I'm sorry I'm doing a appeals pitch right now, but if there are ways in which organizations that will be interested in supporting this in any way, don't hesitate to let Dr. Mark know and we take it from there. So on that note, I would invite all of us to go with us to upstairs where we had lunch. We have a little cocktail set up so we can have informal conversations and also individually sort of hold each other accountable and ask the person next to you, what are you going to do different and how are you going to contribute to this industry? So next year when we come together again, it will be a bigger and a better conversation. So thank you so much and save Jenny back.
Thank you, Dr. Senna.
So please, cocktails.